Very good evening to you all. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Assalamu alaikum, namaskar. A very good evening, of course. Hello to everyone in Germany, in Italy, and of course our friends in Colombia who are joining today, and those connecting from Japan and everywhere else and other places in the world. A very warm welcome to you. This is the 100th YaarAnād virtual Baiṭhak series, which is dedicated to the 550th birth anniversary of Guru Nanak, who's said to be the second most traveled person in human history. His responses to be it socio-political, socio-religious, socio-cultural responses are those that have shaped life ever since. And it is my pleasure today to be in conversation with Maestro Thomas Indemule, who's joining me from Karlsruhe in Germany. He is a professor of music at the University of Music there. This, as I mentioned, is the 151st Baiṭhak or session, and the idea as Guru Nanak traveled, I am traveling virtually, of course. These are days where we are all sort of in lockdown. I was in lockdown for about 5 months. I was telling Thomas just a few moments ago that I was stuck in Rome for 5 months, and all the concerts that I had planned worked 3 months with the musicians, some of the finest musicians who've dedicated their life understanding music from the Renaissance period, early and later, and Baroque. I put together an ensemble. Everything went up in thin air. But it's been a journey for me. It's been extraordinary for me to be able to converse thanks to the technology of the day. I wonder what I could have done in 1918 if we were caught up in a pandemic of those proportions or such proportions at that time. Today we are, of course, benefiting from the technological advances, especially the internet and the ability to converse via audio and visual mediums like this, as I am conversing with you today, and those who will see this audio-visual conversation in the times to come. Few words just to introduce Maestro Thomas Indemule. He is a leading performer and teacher of oboe, and he is from Switzerland actually. He lives in Germany, but he is originally from Switzerland. And he was born into a family of musicians. He began on the piano, soon switching to the oboe. Thomas went on to study with Heinz Holliger, and I'm really looking forward to talking about him because he remembers him so fondly, and he's very, very important to Thomas's early days and the way he studied with him at the University of Music in Freiburg in Bresgau, and later with Maurice Borg in Paris. He spent several years in Amsterdam as an oboist, in the Netherlands Chamber Orchestra, also playing in the Rotterdam Philharmonic Orchestra. In 1974, well, Thomas doesn't look so old, but I'll believe what he's told me for a moment only though. Indemule received a prize at the international competition in Prague, and 2 years later he won the international ARD competition in Munich. Indemule has since returned as a soloist in almost all European countries, as well as in the USA, Canada, Mexico, Japan. I've seen some of the work that he has done in Japan. I'm looking forward to having a conversation about that as well, and some of the great contemporary composers who've written especially for him. Then of course in Korea and Australia. Leading composers including Manfred Trojan, Wolfgang Riem, Akira Nishimura, the one I was referring to moments ago, and David Philippe Hefti have written oboe concertos for Thomas. A conductor of the ensemble Couperin and sought after for his master classes, Indemule has taught oboe at Zurich University of Music since 1984. In 1989, he was appointed professor at the University of Music in Karlsruhe. Well, it was the same year when I was selected to fly fighters for the Indian Air Force, and I renounced that. Thomas has recorded for Philips, EMI, Claves, Novalis, and Camerata Tokyo producing more than 30 albums covering nearly all of the oboe repertoire, which is extraordinary indeed. Now I will share the introduction to my Punjabi speaking world, my mother tongue, and of course my father tongue. My sons, their mother tongue is Italian, so I beg of them, please consider some about your father's language too. So here is my mother tongue, Punjabi. If you know a bit of Spanish, bit of Italian, you might understand a word here or a word there. So दोस्तों, मित्रों, मेरे जानी दुश्मनों, दरिंदों, परिंदों, जी सदके जी आया नू, सतकरतार, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, नमस्कार ते वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरू जी की फतेह। ਅੱਜ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੈ ਵੱਡੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਉਸਤਾਦ ਵਾਦਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਨਗੇ ਓਬੋਈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਜ਼ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਹਿਨਾਈ ਤੋਂ ਵਾਕਿਫ ਹੋ ਬੰਸਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਵਾਕਿਫ ਹੋ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਆਪਣੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਸਾਜ਼ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੈਸੇ ਸੈਕਸੋਫੋਨ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਜ਼ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਪਰ ਇਹ ਕਲੈਰੀਨੇਟ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹੋ ਇਹ ਓਬੋਈ ਸਾਜ਼ ਹੈਗਾ ਥਾਮਸ ਇੰਡਰਮਿਊਲਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਚੋਂ 5-6 ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਅਹਿਮ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੱਛਮੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਸਵਿਟਜ਼ਰਲੈਂਡ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਹ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਏ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਿਆਨੋ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਓਬੋਏ ਵੱਲ ਸਵਿਚ ਕੀਤਾ ਹਾਈਨਜ਼ ਹੌਲੀਗਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਫਰਾਈਬਰਗ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੁੱਢਲੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਹੋਈ ਔਰ ਫਿਰ ਮੌਰਿਸ ਬੋਗ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੈਰਿਸ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਤਾਲੀਮ ਲਈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਈ ਸਾਲ ਐਮਸਟਰਡਮ ਰਹਿ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਓਬੋਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਜੋਂ ਸੇਵਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਨੀਦਰਲੈਂਡਸ ਚੈਂਬਰ ਆਰਕੈਸਟਰਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਔਰ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰੋਟਰਡਮ ਫਿਲਾਰਮੋਨਿਕ ਆਰਕੈਸਟਰਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੜੇ ਸਾਲ ਵਜਾਇਆ 1974 ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਡਰਮਿਊਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੰਤਰਰਾਸ਼ਟਰੀ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਸੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਗ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ 2 ਸਾਲ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਅੰਤਰਰਾਸ਼ਟਰੀ ARD ਕੰਪੀਟੀਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਊਨਿਕ ਜਰਮਨੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਤਿਆ ਇੰਡਰਮਿਊਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਏਕਲ ਵਾਦਨ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਸੋਲੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤੇ ਹਨਗੇ ਯੂਰਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਤਰੀ ਤੇ ਦੱਖਣੀ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਕਹਿ ਲਓ ਜਾਪਾਨ ਕੋਰੀਆ ਆਸਟ੍ਰੇਲੀਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵਜਾਇਆ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਈ ਦਹਾਕਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਅਹਿਮ ਰੋਲ ਅਦਾ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਸਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਸਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਪੋਜ਼ਰ ਹਨਗੇ ਮੈਨਫਰਡ ਥਰੋਜਾਂ ਵਰਗੇ ਵੋਲਫਗੰਗ ਰੀਮ ਵਰਗੇ ਅਕੀਰਾ ਨਿਸ਼ੀਮੂਰਾ ਵਰਗੇ ਦਲੀਪ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਫਿਲਿਪ ਹੈਫਟੀ ਵਰਗੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਥਾਮਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਓਬੋਈ ਕਨਸਰਟੋਸ ਲਿਖੇ ਨੇ ਥਾਮਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕੰਡਕਟਰ ਹਨਗੇ ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੋਪੇਰੋਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਨਸੈਂਬਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਖਾਸ ਮੁਹਾਰਤ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮਾਸਟਰ ਕਲਾਸਿਸ ਨੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਰਸਦੇ ਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਤਾਲੀਮ ਲੈਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜ਼ੁਰਿਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਿਖਾਇਆ 1984 ਤੋਂ 1999 ਤੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਅਪਾਇੰਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਆਫ ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਕਾਰਲਸਰੂਹੀ ਜਰਮਨੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਇਹ ਅੱਜ ਜੁੜ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਿਲਿਪਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ EMI ਕਲੇਵਸ ਨੋਵਲਿਸ ਤੇ ਕੈਮਰਾਤਾ ਟੋਕਿਓ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਲੇਬਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਨਗੇ 30 ਐਲਬਮਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਓਬੋਈ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਉਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਵਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਕਈ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਵੀ ਵਿਲ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ the advent of the instrument the oboe the playing techniques the pedagogy and the repertoire across the ages across the centuries since the very first notes were written and drawn for oboe Thomas I welcome you to the YaarAnād virtual Baiṭhak series the 151st episode
Hi everybody I hope everybody's fine many people stay at home those days and actually it's a moment that we really appreciate the internet to be on traveling like now we travel through continents and still everybody has about half an year stayed at home like me and we are actually very happy to stay in contact through Master Singh. I understood that your name is Omen also because you sing your name. That's nice to know. So my name Indermühle means in the mill. In the mill, in the mill, it's turning around. You bring some some raw material, and what comes out is material to make bread and to cook food. So I'm trying to be the mill of the composer, giving me messages.
Yeah,
and
it's also the rhythm. It also goes in a perfect rhythm. It's a lot of rhythm.
And trying, of course, to put myself in the mill. If I have things to practice, like I can open anything, you know, I have these kinds of things to practice.
Yeah.
And they give you 2 weeks. You have to put yourself in the mill, in the repeating mill. And the repeating modus is the modus that you can learn things.
Yes.
How did we learn when we were children? How did we learn the language? Probably the most difficult thing we have achieved in our life, apart from the few poor ones that didn't have the voice, but it was listening to our parents or to the friends of the parents, understanding by listening how to move the mouth, and also what it means when you say hello or you say bye-bye, not only the gesture, what all that means, and then from that, going to the thinking, what you want to do with that, what you learned. So actually a musician is privileged because we as wind player, we do all the intelligence with our mouth, but we have to guide it from the ear.
Yes.
And since we learned when we were 2, 3, no, I don't know how many months, 1 year or so, I remember still when I could not talk and I was on the floor and I pushed myself, I was very on a small surrounding of wood, and I pushed myself up to stand. I was so happy. I remember that. So that's the picture. And I could not speak then. But when you listen many times the same thing. So after a while you understand this same thing means that thing, and that thing means, in terms of expression, means that I should go, or I should come, or I should do this, or one should. So this understanding all goes first through our ear, and so I think musicians are privileged because they work on the ear, first of all, and wind players especially. We have a language in our mouth. We use lips, tongue, and ear to control them, and the voice that goes sometimes down and sometimes not. Voice, lips, tongue, ear. This is our language, and we have to use that, of course. But if people ask me what is the most important organ for an oboist, I would say immediately, well, it's the ear.
Yes.
Not the lips, and it's not the fingers, and it's not the lung. When they control my lung and the doctors check up, they say mostly, yeah, your condition is very good for your age. Your weak organ is a bit the lung because you don't take so much oxygen. But okay, I played 60 years of oboe, and I have most difficult pieces until the end without falling down. So I think it's not so much the organ, the lung, it's how to use it. But the main organ for a musician is this. So that would be my introduction talk to my philosophy.
Yeah, well, that's very important. And I, for example, were to look at your name, Indra. Indra in India is the god of rain, the god of the winds. Indra.
Huh?
Indra. Indra is a very common Sikh name or Indian South Asian name, Indra. So it's you're associated with rain, you're associated with the winds, and Indra is also the king of heaven. The god Indra is king of heaven. So you're in fine space. You're okay.
You see, my Chinese horoscope, I'm a rabbit in the hole, means I need to be in the hole in a comfortable situation, and then I can do my best. And that you noticed when we tried some connection things before, I got a little bit nervous because I'm not in my hole in the computer world. But now that we are talking, I feel very well. So I'm a rabbit. There are rabbits on the grass, there are rabbits in the forest, there are rabbits in the hole. They can do great things, but they need a good surroundings.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
I'm very happy also, like in Karlsruhe University, I'm the oldest one, I think, now of the wind professors. So many of the ones that came after me in other instruments, I was in the committee to choose them.
I see.
So of course, I have also a lot of friends. My surroundings, it's in the hole, you know. So I feel comfortable, and I can when I'm with my students, I'm always comfortable because we are there for the same thing, and just trying to help them. So nothing about nervousness or about doubt. And when I'm in the concert, of course, it's more complicated to feel in the whole. You have to be very sure of what you're doing. You have to practice very well before. And practice, as I said, with the mill, practicing means repeat many times how you want to do it, and not how you don't want to do, then stop and go back and then go on. You have to go over the mistakes and how you want to do the music. And then you can feel in the whole. And then I can, in Chinese horoscope, it can be my favorite organ. It says it's not the stomach, it's the lung. No?
Yes.
Then you can have water, fire, earth. I have wood. I have wood, and you can have young wood or old wood.
Yeah.
I'm old. So in a way. And you can be either 5 colors, you can be 5 sounds, or it can be 5 tastes. I'm 5 sounds. So, in a way, I'm quite comfortable being on the oboe. And as you said, I had to. Well, I'm coming from a family of musicians, which benefits me a lot because when I was the youngest, or still the youngest of 7, it means there has been a lot of evolution. All my sisters and brothers that are older than me playing instruments, and on the family talk only about music, my father being conductor. And so the whole surrounding, I was the one that most profited of, because I was the longest time in that family. You know? When you start 2 years old, you know the difference between Bach and Handel, or because it sounds different, and they tell you this is Bach, this is Handel. You know already about music. And then they thought I was talented. Yeah, everybody in the family had some talent, and they thought when I played a small bamboo flute that we fabricated ourselves, you know, 1 hole every week, and then we have a new note.
I see.
I played melodies very easily, and I was 4 years old, and that teacher said to my parents, "Put him on the piano. He's really good, his fingers and everything." And from then I suffered because there were so many pianists in the house. And of course, being a bit poor family, not medium, not very poor, but not rich. Of course, there are some pianos that are bought. There's some violins bought. You don't really dream all your children to have to buy new instruments. So they put me on the piano, and actually, all I wanted to play was football on the street with my other boys' friends. And so every time I was out on the street with football, my mother coming to the gallery said, "Thomas, you must practice." "Yeah, just wait one more goal, and I will come." And then at dinner time, "Thomas, you don't practice well, you play too far." I thought, to hell, I'm going to get out of that stress. So of course they meant it very well with me, because you develop talent. And then I said, "I want to play the oboe." Everybody very happy, a positive thing from Thomas about music. Then my father, he rang the most important first oboist of the city, Bern, our city, and it seems to be the teacher of Mr. Holliger. No, I was lucky. I had the teacher of Mr. Holliger. And he called him, and this man that had played many times with my father conducting, he said to my father, "Yeah, but I must see Thomas first. We know that you're a very fanatic musician. We know you from the rehearsals. You're a good musician, but very fanatic and very detailed. And, you know, I must see Thomas first, you know, because just in parentheses, of course, some people have very long teeth. Sometimes it's difficult to put the right embouchure. It's like horn playing. It's better you have a capacity to make a good embouchure. And so I was very nervous. I waited on the garden door. There came a big black Mercedes, and I heard some door open, but I saw nobody. And then comes very small. I was very young, 8 years. I'm not tall already, but there comes one man that was smaller than me. I hadn't seen him because he came around the black Mercedes with a sort of French coat, and he asked, "Are you Thomas?" I said, "Yeah." "Open your mouth." "Okay, it's okay." Now, and he took me on my ear. Now we got to speak with your father. And he entered the house. He said, "Hey, Indermühle," calling my father from the staircase. I was a bit, let's say,
being pulled with the ear. That's a beautiful story. That's very Punjabi. That's very Punjabi. That's my region. We pull the kids through the ear.
And now comes the clue. So my father came. "What's the matter?" Yeah, okay. Your son will play the oboe. He's okay. But I have to tell you, you're so fanatic musician. He cannot play more than 15 minutes. It will be bad for his brain. A day, more than 50 minutes. Can you imagine how happy I felt at that
And you
moment?
could do all the goals outside in the field.
Minutes of oboe and 5 hours of football. I was so happy. So it was first love with the oboe. It solved every problem, social problem in the family. And actually, after I liked the first touch with the instrument, it was nice and friendly. And I could play melodies. And a few 2 years I played already in concerts with my father conducting, and so I went very fast. But even my father came sometimes when I practiced to say, "Oh, it's already 15 minutes. You should stop now." But this, of course, that being bad for your brain, I can explain you why this fabula is, of course, not true. But when you blow something. So this is like ha. So it's 1 second blowing. And now the problem with the oboe, if you blow 1 second the oboe, look what happens. An egg. And before it was a football. So it means the air that passes is 10 times less than the one you use for your voice. And now when you have this reed that is a bit difficult, it seems not to want to sound. And you think, okay, like a human being thinks, you touch something, it doesn't move, then okay, give more energy. So now you press against it, all the pressure comes into your head. That's completely wrong. What you have to find is that you reduce your air quantity and increase your air speed. So go to hug your lung so that 9 parts stay in, 1 part goes out, and from that goes out, try to make it. Then this is a quantity, and this is the speed. So and not. Because these will all stay in your head if you do it wrong.
Yeah.
So that's just, let's say, the bridge for my entering the oboe to the story about the 15 minutes. And I never had trouble with any practice. I think this I discovered quite by alone, that you cannot give that much air to a small reed. But then the other side is that, of course, you have to practice to not only to be comfortable, but then what is the expression? How can you use the expression? How can you get a language? No, a language cannot come from your center. It can, for the voice, can come from the lung because it's very near, and from the small reed that is here, it will come from the mouth, that you can guide the air into the reed one way or the other way, and so the mouth must be free and not to have this big balloon of pressure. This is number one problem of the oboe. For the ones that play the oboe, you know the feeling. Too much air here, too much air here. And for the ones that don't play the oboe, you saw now with the balloon, you can imagine that it's quite difficult to find the very fast air, but small quantity. So, but this, of course, I didn't think anything like professional oboe player. I didn't think professional football player because, I was very fanatic. Like my father on music, I was very fanatic in the football and still am. Tonight is playing Juventus Barcelona. I will be there. I'm in my home, but watching it. Yesterday I saw Bergamo Ajax. So I'm very fanatic football, but of course you needed then to have the training like yes. We were music in the family, and I never thought of being a professional sportsman. But when it came to choose a profession, it was a time when I was 17 years old. It was a time that I didn't do much in music, much in oboe. I was in school very good in languages and mathematics, and so, and then it was 5 minutes. I went from the bus station to our house, and I said, Thomas, you have to decide now. You want to get like studying languages, and then you will be a professional writing books, and you will play very bad the oboe, sideways, or do you want and you will lose all what you have from the family. You will lose all that,
I see.
as it's all coming to you free of charge, and you lose it. Or you want to do the opposite, be a professional in music, and an amateur in languages. You could make a lot of traveling with your music, and you could speak many languages also with your music. And you might write books about music. I thought then I didn't. But then I said, after 5 minutes, I arrived home and I said to my father, I want to get professional musician. Please register me in the conservatory for professional student. I was still cool and I did the two things. Yeah. Of course, my father was very happy. But then, so it turned out that, as I thought, sometimes 5 minutes, very concentrated, it's much, much better. And then decide that days and weeks or years about something. It's not how long you think about something, it's how clear. And it comes, it's the right moment, it suddenly comes to you, this is a good decision. I wouldn't really not like to be like a teacher on school of languages now, still on school, and then playing a little bit amateur music. I would hate that combination. But so this is my step in, and then I started professional oboe training. I didn't get much advice from the conservatorium. I mostly learned myself, and then I wanted to be a student of Heinz Wolliger. I was the biggest oboist of ever. And he was then still quite young. And I knew he was smashing good. And of course, I had to be really good to enter his class. And I studied every day. I gave myself lessons in order to get in there. And when I played him, he was usually, he wouldn't say many good, positive things. He said just, okay, see you in October. He said that. See you in October. It was April or March. And then my friend that came with me said, yeah, he's taking you. Yeah, but he didn't say anything. No, but he said, see you in October. It means that, so it was that, wow, Thomas, come to study with me. You are so good. But it was enough to be accepted. So from then on, of course, when it's such a personality that never has existed before on our instrument and probably never will exist after, of course, then it's like a sun that is on fire. You know, when you get near to it, it's burning you. But take the heat. Don't get offended about strong language. Take the heat and make your own sunshine. No? With that, and it was my tactic. Some of my co-students were a bit nervous or a bit, let's say, negative about being criticized so much. But it was gold for me. Just to get the same level of thinking, of listening, like your teacher, and from there you work your own technique. And this I had to do it myself. But of course, near to a sunshine, you get a little bit burned. But what do you want? You want to stay in the cold and not get and be comfortable, but not learn anything. So that's my study time. After my study time, I thought it was so comfortable. You know, you get somebody very exigent on top, and you work every week for that moment. You try to make a good impression. You know, you don't get compliments, but you will get corrected all the time. And it is wonderful life with other students together. In the evening, you drink a beer and you chat, you speak a lot. And then I thought, okay, at the end of my study time, I thought, I now have to go to the orchestra. I have to make an audition to try how it is and look how this, but it will be less good than now. You know, in orchestra, I will have to wear a tie, and I will have to behave like a sort of adult person. And the best time of my life is finished now. I was very sad. Then I made this audition in Amsterdam. Was not invited. I wrote, they didn't write back, and I phoned and said, what does it matter? I didn't get an answer. You know why I wanted to do this audition? Because the next day, Ajax Amsterdam, the football team with the famous Johan Cruyff, was playing, and I wanted to see the game. And actually, this is again football, this music. I wanted to see the game, so I was not invited, but I went anyway to Amsterdam. I took my oboe and all my music, and at 9 in the morning I arrived because I had driven in the night, and I called the office, yeah, about the audition. Oh, are you here? Yeah, why not? But can I play now? Oh, if you want to play, but you have to come immediately because there is a small interruption and the jury is a bit angry because we didn't organize, somebody cancelled. If you have to come immediately.
Wow.
Oh, okay. I came, I put all my music on the piano, and I took my oboe out of the case because I had not played anything, and I warmed up in front of the jury. And what do you want to hear? I had every oboe piece there. And then somebody said, Strauss concerto. And I gave the Strauss concerto to the pianist. Then I looked, I saw very scared eyes, and I said, he looked like 120 years old. I said, my God, is he able to play this? And then he started, and I played maybe 2-3 lines. He was not able to follow. And I stopped, and I said to the jury, no, I think it's better Mozart, because he probably might know. I took the music away, I put in Mozart, and then we played Mozart. Then they said, please play Hummel. And then they said, please play Bach. I played 1 hour. I said, what's that? Wow. Maybe they like it. And after, it was my first audition, actually. I just wanted to try an audition, and I wanted to see the football. And people from Bern, my city, Bern, we are considered as being very hard-headed. So when I had this, I want to go to the audition and the football. And no audition, no, I want to go to the audition. I think, no, I will go, I want to play there. We are considered very hard-headed. But then they choose me right away. So they choose me to be the solo oboist, steady, without proof, without trial time, just starting in September. And I thought, to go back to the thought from before, that I thought, at the end of the study time, it's a bit sad. All your friends, you go to other city, you have no friends there. All the friends and all the habits that you had, where to shop, where to go for a beer, all this is cut. And of course, I think all my students, when they leave Karlsruhe, they must feel a bit the same. Yeah. You come to another. You go back in your country, but you lose some of the social family feeling that you had. And of course, also the teacher, you're not anymore somebody that gives you the advice. But then I decided, on the way to, again, I thought it 5 minutes. I thought, what's the matter? Why should I change? I don't change. If I feel like a student, I still feel like a student today. I didn't change. It's just up to you, Thomas. You go to the orchestra and you behave like a student. Why should you? Wow. Why should you be different? Yeah. And you take the lesson. If a good conductor comes, you listen and you learn about the orchestra. And it was a good decision. I still feel like a student. And now in my age, it's because I also studied oboe all the time. But now in my age, of course, it makes much more easy the contact with the students than if you have a teacher that is feeling still in a student way. Exactly what it means, I cannot explain it, but I think people might understand what I mean. This student way. I don't need to wear a tie. I don't need to sort of make a certain impression, of grown-up professor with I don't have a car, for instance. I have a bicycle. I go for running. I watch football. I like to drink wine after work. So things that I did as a student, I can still do it.
And French champagne that I saw you drinking in the morning.
It was your morning, but it was my evening.
I know. I was teasing you.
This is after work. It cannot be. The alcohol. Okay, some people like, some don't like. I like the wine, but alcohol. When you have, let me see, where's my reed? When you have the reed in your mouth, there is a sensitivity. I couldn't wear your beard, for instance, as always, of the lips here. That is bigger than sensitivity of your fingers. When somebody touches with the finger the lip, you might notice, it feels like something is touching my lip. It's feeling is stronger on the lip than on the finger. So this is why you can play these things like because you feel your sound here. So what is alcohol? It kills the
sensitivity.
When you have when you get a
the sensation.
Okay, then comes a needle of metal, and you don't even feel it. So it's not possible. Alcohol on my lips and play oboe. It's not possible. But one after the other. It needs to be order in things,
That's, if I may, there is something that I would, a little technical intervention that I need you to help me with. Because I didn't realize that because the sound of the oboe is quite high versus speaking, so there's an automatic mode. If you can help me remove that, I'll show you how to do that. On the top left, my name you see on the top left.
Yes.
On the left of my name, there are 3 dots.
Yeah.
Click on that,
Yes.
and then go to settings. On the top, the 3 dots on the left of my name, if you click on that, there'll be a small window and there'll be settings there. And then you come to audio visual settings, which is number 4.
It didn't come setting. It came the welcome.
No, you clicked on somebody's name, your name. If you can go back to my name, you see my name on the left somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
click
see
on
your
that.
name on the left.
Click on that.
Okay.
Just single
back
click,
now.
always single click only. Yeah. On the top, just next to my name on the left, there are 3 dots. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, just single click on them. Just a single click on them.
Okay, I get the welcome like before the call.
Oh. Just see on the top
Second.
left. You need to look at the audio video settings. That is funny because there are 3 bars or 3 lines.
They're nowhere. You know what I can do? I can just I lower the sound.
No.
Here.
You cannot do that. That is what I'm showing you. You cannot do elsewhere. You need to look at on the. Okay. On the now you see your name on the top left. Top left.
Yes.
On the right of your name, you see 3 dots.
Okay.
Just click on that.
I put. Okay. Settings.
Settings.
Yes.
And then you go to number 4, which is audio visual settings.
Okay. Done.
Audio and video.
Okay.
And then in the audio section,
Okay. The
there is the
microphone.
microphone, and just below that is automatically adjust microphone settings.
Yeah.
Put it off. So
Okay.
click on it, and just
Okay.
below there is a bar from 0 to
Yes.
10. Keep it on 7, maybe on 8.
Getting really a good lesson now. I put it between 7 and 8.
Online. Yes, between 7 and 8 is.
Okay.
And you can now click the red dot. You can close this window.
Okay, great.
And on top of, next to my name, there are 3 lines. On the left of my name, on the top.
No, but okay, I have to go back to you first.
Yeah, yes,
No?
you do that.
Okay.
And then click
Next.
once on the lines, just once on the 3 bars, and it should be full screen after that.
It was full screen before, but now, okay, now I see it like before, yeah?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah. Perfect. Fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah, now the sound is good. It didn't go. Yeah, perfect. Thank you for that.
This was a lesson. You see, everybody has his specialties and also his dark sides. Let's say that he's not good. You know? And for instance, I'm learning about householding now,
Yes.
cooking for many months for myself. And I'm a great restaurant eater, but since half a year I didn't visit any restaurant, and I'm just thinking, where is my traveling going to? And then I look up in books the kitchen of that countries, and I have not the disadvantage to not to travel. That one disadvantage less, no? But so the other bit dark side is I'm really not so good with computer, but I need good lessons, and I mean to be a good student, and then the next time I can do all this myself. So I try to
Yes,
be a good
absolutely. No, this is once you've done it, it will remain like that on Skype. So it's fantastic. I mean, we're joined by several friends of mine. One of India's top conservation architects, Professor Rabindra Vasavada, is here. One of India's top poets, Shudip Sen, is here. They're all enjoying they're enjoying your conversation or your sharings. I'm sort of. There's very moving stories from your childhood, from your being 2-year-old, from the first holes that you made in that bamboo, in that wooden, to make your own, for a new note every time, every now and then your fascination with football, something that I share. I was tempted to ask you whether it is Juventus that you're enjoying or Barcelona. I've enjoyed Barcelona, but my son is studying in Turin, so I have to be a little compassionate towards Juventus as well. But the point is, to something, if I may begin, before we continue your journey, there are two aspects that you mentioned. One is about, of course, your being a student, your learning, your father, the family, and the ambience that you were met with when you were born, a musical ambience. And then, of course, your connection eventually with the finest oboe player in Bern. I've been to the University of Bern for the SM seminar, European Seminar on Ethnomusicology. I think in 2012 I gave a talk there. I was invited, my paper was invited there. So I've seen that part of Bern. I enjoyed my journey. I went to the mountains. We had milk up in the mountains and so on and so forth. So I'm familiar with your...
the Bern was before going to Holliger, so it was just still being in the...
Absolutely. So the question, something that I wanted to ask you is, you've taught and you've shared something about being a student, and that was very moving for me, that when you were faced with that life, that now your youth, your childhood, or your now you're an adult, all the joy, the freedom that you had will perhaps be taken away, or you will have to let go of that to be in the orchestra and so on. So, but you chose that you decided, something snapped and you said, well, I can be a student here as well. That's very moving and very touching and very, educative in that sense. But there are two aspects. So, you're one of the few people that I can ask this, because one, that either we have performers who are not pedagogues, but there are performers who teach but without being pedagogues, without knowing what is it to teach. There are others who are only teachers who do not know what is it to be a performer. That whole etiquette, that whole the ecosystem of being a performer that one needs to build to be a performer at the very highest level. You have one leg in the teaching at the level that you've taught, and I have now conversed. I have conversed with some of your students and some of your fellows and friends. So I know that you are, loved as a teacher. And then your performances, everybody knows in the field, those who know your work, the kind of contribution that you've made. You virtually played and recorded everything that has been written for oboe. You've studied with perhaps the greatest oboe player, in your words, like whom there's been none, and perhaps they may not be Holliger, to be precise, unlike whom there may not be another one in the future. How do you deal with the two realities? In my humble opinion, being a performer is only showcasing, is only window display of what your soul is, right? But as an ideal pedagogue, as a grantor of knowledge, you part with your soul to your students. You give them a part of yourself. So it's two dramatically opposites, as I see. Being a performer is only a catwalk showcasing of, look, what am I and how am I and what can I do? You're only sharing, you're not giving that. But to a student, as a responsible pedagogue, as a responsible teacher, you share a part of yourself. You have to rip yourself, but it doesn't diminish. As Guru, one of the Sikh masters have said that, "Khavo kharcho ral mere bhai," Totina vadadojai. Distribute and share this wealth of knowledge of friends. It never lessens, it never falls short. The more you spread, the more you share, the more it grows. Is Guru Arjan, for example, the fifth Sikh Guru. How do you see these two different worlds of where you give yourself, you give all that you have, your insights, your decades worth of thought process, your painstakingly accumulated harvest, and then as a performer, are you still a teacher when you're performing, or you're able to celebrate as a performer? Or are you well, I know that you're not a star in the classroom, you are a student in a classroom, and that's what inspires your students. And one has to see some of your students and colleagues to see how you've impacted them as well.
I will tell you three things. First, about opening the soul, it is the same if I open my soul in a lesson or if I open my soul in the concert, because you have not seen me on stage, but people that saw me, they will explain to you that my appearance is very humble. I'm there as a servant for the music, and in the Japanese way of the word ongakukai means concert. It means to be together with sounds. I feel I'm one. I'm the one like the driver in the bus. It decides where we go, but we're all together in a sort of philosophic moment or religious moment. You can think like people are together in a church or on a whatever religious room, and I feel the concert as an event of being together. And so I'm not show off. So this is not so different when of course, this is the first aspect. So I think the opening the soul is not less in the concert, only that you do it through the soul of a composer. So you're two of you. You have a soul of a composer that speaks to you. It's like a religion, and you have to understand that composer. And through that composer that is since a long time dead, but still his ideas work and make people cry and make people laugh or be happy or feel relieved. So you have to open your soul to the people, although there are 2,000. You have to train for that a bit so you don't get anxious when people look at you. You have to say, okay, nice that you all came, and I will play for you now. Please be quiet. I will play for you something. Now, I have prepared. Look what I have prepared. This attitude is good. And then I don't feel like the main person on stage. I feel much more like a medium. I don't know if this expression is the right one.
Yes.
You feel like a medium. I let it flow just through my person, and I'm giving my own color to it. But I let flow the thoughts of a person that is 200 years dead, for instance, or some are still alive, fortunately. But I don't feel like, look, I'm so good. So because I was never like that. But it's probably because really inherited a bit of my father, that he was a very profound musician. That I saw him playing on the piano. His fingers were with rheumatism, and he held a pencil to write. He has in between fingers, but he was so obsessed with the scores that he didn't take off the pencil to be able to play the piano. But he played with 3 fingers. He didn't notice. He was so obsessed to enter in this score, and was great. It's a great coming in for the music for me, but also his personality. I'm a bit similar. Of course, the sons are not so different from the fathers, but so this is one thing that I think opening the soul is not so different in concert, because you're not the main person. The main person is the composer. Now, in the lesson, the main person is a student, of course. It's called university, Hochschule, and not teacher's place. No, it's a student's place. A lesson is the student's lesson, and you have to know each other well, but you have to help how we can evaluate. But it's not that he has to do your things. He has to do his own things, but to do his own things, he has to know about the blowing, he has to know about many technical aspects, and he has to know about style. Of course, you cannot play Mozart like a Tchaikovsky, or you cannot play Couperin like Vivaldi. It's not possible. But so mostly we have to get the contact up and down to teach. So I'm not alone in the concert. I'm not alone in lesson. I'm not the main person in the concert. I'm not the main person in the lesson. So in that way, this is point 1. Point 2 is when it was traveling time, that I hope comes back and go out for concerts. And of course, I work more on myself than now. I cannot lie. I didn't practice so much lately. I play from now to time something for me because I'm a bit bored. But I need a challenge to practice. You know, when say in 1 week you have to do this piece, I play day and night, and I cannot. So when I come from this traveling, I come back to my students and have left them alone to study, because he should not be behind the student every day and study this and study that. They're grown-up persons. They must find their own personality, and not being always told who they are. They must find themselves. So when I come back from traveling, I have a lot of energy. I saw other, you know how it is when you're in Italy. The people are different, and Germany, and it's sort of a public life on the normal. Yeah, you come back and then you come with this energy into the lesson. This means it's a duality that works very well. I wouldn't like, if I have only concept and no teaching, I get less exact in my playing, because so this is the second aspect. What I tell to the student, I tell to myself. So in a lesson, there might be a student that does something I've never heard. I want to know. How it is. I want to be able to do it. Or a student has a mistake that I never heard before. Something that goes wrong that never everybody did wrong. I want to know what is the reason, because if it happens to me, I want also to know the solution. I do the same exercise like my students. So also there, I think the lesson benefits the player, the soloist. The third aspect is when now starting with the lesson, I perform in the lesson. I cannot. When I play, I have to be very concentrated. Of course, I cannot have all my repertory pieces all in ready. You know, sometimes you have to practice really a week or 3 days for something that you already knew, but you cannot have all ready. But when I play for the students, I want to to show also how they should perform. So, and those moments, I think I feel completely like in the hall with 2,000 or 500, it doesn't matter, with the people that I'm playing for them, because I play for the students, but he's just synonym. Look, I would play this like that, and then I make my world of a performer. So I perform in the lessons. I study in the concerts. I learned this also from an interview with Arthur Rubinstein, the pianist, the famous pianist. When I was 90 or so, then they asked him about many things, but they asked him, no, it was before he was 90, it was 80 or so. He was interviewing in an American university. He played the concert, and the students could ask questions. And they asked, how can you be so relaxed when you play? And he said, when I play in concert, I'm studying for the next concert. In my head I'm studying how to do it. And this is an idea I already had, but it confirmed myself that you can get really great with this idea that you go on stage today. I'm studying now. I'm studying like to give a concert for the next one. So when you study, you repeat. You do something and you do it better and you do it better. So now I will do it better in the concert. So next time it will be even better. So in a way, that's my 3 points. I think the teaching is also performing. I think the performing is also teaching, and not to the audience, to yourself. No? And the message, whether you are the messenger for the student or you are the messenger of some very genius person 200 years ago, through your own soul, you present it to the audience to enjoy together. Kind of like Japanese word ongaku kai. We're together listening to music, and you are the driver. Of course, you have to be fit, and you have to look the street, and be a good driver of those things. But I feel a little bit like in trance. Now that I'm older, I'm really allowed to play what I want to play. No? When I was younger, I thought I should play this, I should play that also. This, you have to study and you must also play, because otherwise you play always the same thing. And now, that pieces I could play every day. No? If I have... Philip Emanuel Bach Sonata for Oboe, every day I would be really happy. Why should it be the same? It's a new day, it's a new study. Or all the ornaments are written.
It's eye-watering, yes.
How to play them, it's a whole story. And of course, Bach gives you the feeling that the world is in order. In German, in Ordnung. There is a law respected in the times like now, these crazy times. I need Bach just to get his order into my soul, because it's a bit dangerous to get a little bit disordered, because life is different for everybody now, but Bach is not different. And of course, then you have things like it's just me just playing around with the oboe with possibilities, and the oboe can do so many things. We have a new music. This also, thanks to Mr. Holly, he said there's no repeater. We have to make most famous composers all have to write for oboe, and then he played it like hell, you can say. And he was even in contact with Igor Stravinsky about the oboe concerto. He told us when we were students, he had a contract with Stravinsky to write the oboe concerto for him, but Stravinsky died before. It was a pity. But so, in a way,
I'm reminded of what you mentioned about Rubinstein, Arthur Rubinstein's thing about that, what he's doing is only practicing for the next concert. My great-granduncle, he was a grand legend and a freedom fighter, one of the greatest in centuries, they used to say, when he died in 1952, he was about 1870 odd born. He sang every day 5 hours, starting at about 2:33 a.m. and would stop at sunrise or just past sunrise. He would start ending when the sun would rise, and evenings would be 2 hours every day. And the repertoire was such that my granduncles and my grandfather, they would recount that this is what he did every day. And some compositions, if you heard a composition today, it might come back in 9 years. They would be like that, and they would say, Maestro, we want to study from you. He says, well, come in the morning when I'm singing. So if he went to a royal palace, it'll be the same, 5 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening. If he's at home, every day it's 5 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening. No difference whether he's at home or he's at a palace or in any temple or in the midst of people or being hosted by a landlord, etc. Every day is like that. There's no difference between a classroom and a performance. That's it. It happens there. Everything happens there. So I'm so grateful that you shared that wonderful story from Rubinstein, how you personally also thought alike. That there's no divide as such. You have to be true. It's one music, it's one person. You cannot wear masks as one or the other. Normally, that was my little, if I may, on a little naughty note, then many musicians and stars walk as if they are gods when they are not. And the arrogance and the egos that we see are so unmusical. They are so not aware about the greats that have contributed to the culture, to music. And if they had not contributed, what would I be doing? They are the ones who've laid the ground. And to be mindful of that when you're practicing at home or sharing with someone or on stage, to be mindful of the fact that you're only channeling those grand masters who have left behind their lifetime works. And on the basis of those masterpieces, then you create, they say, all right, now fly. It's like holding a bird. Then now fly. And then you fly and flutter from their hands, you take off.
It's flowing through you like the water flows to the fountain. You're just the fountain. Huh?
Yes.
You let it flow through you. It's not so much to give a present to the audience, because if you are the giver and they are the taker. No, together we do it, because they make as much atmosphere. You know, if people are listening and you feel that they are full of what they hear, they don't make less atmosphere than I do. I'm just guiding it. And I feel at that moment just the happiness of being part of that recycling of energy that was created 250 years ago. It's such a great feeling. And you can have the same water, let's say the same feeling with the same piece the next day. It's not necessary that now I'll take something else because it's boring. No, because you feel the energy. And after the concert, you feel somehow cleaned up. You know, the fountain that let the water through out, it's also cleaned by that same water. And for me, it's a religious feeling. So I cannot, that's why it's a bit difficult to say, Thomas, just play something, you know. Can you play us something? I'm not in the mood of, first I would be prepared, and then I would practice, and I have to be in a certain mind. And then it comes also this, what I said, I don't want to change. I don't want to be another person than I am. I'm still the student. I don't want to change. Of course, I have to wear a bit nicer clothes in concert. I don't care. I have a nice Chinese shirt now. That looks good.
I like it very much.
You saw it on the picture.
If I come to Karlsruhe, I'm going to steal that.
I have one is even nicer, but it's too warm. You know, one is with golden things like sort of Asian inscriptions or Japanese Chinese inscriptions. But when I met the Japanese emperor, I was afraid of putting that because I didn't know what the symbols meant. So I put the simple black one that you know.
I see.
Apart from the fact that if there's always music in my head running, I don't notice. But I thought, oh, what is on? It's the Mozart quartet. Because it's the next thing I will play. Just now that there's no next thing at the moment, everything is cancelled. There's music that sometimes it's like some stupid music I hear from television, so it's just staying there because nothing else there. I put something there, and then it runs. And so like I played this Bach now for you, and this Bach was just in my head, and I was very happy. Yesterday came a student. I thought I must really give a concert with that for myself and so. And then came a student and just played this piece in a lesson. I said, oh, it's very good. This is since 3 days. It's in my head, this piece. Let me just show how I would sing at the beginning. And because you have to do in Bach, same thing, same way, but same thing, same way, same thing, same way. But this same thing changes color when it goes to another tonality or another. So if you have a scale, it's like you see something there and you lift, it's different, or you go, it's different, but the thing is the same thing. So it's difficult with Bach, same thema, the same way, but in another atmosphere, if it's another tonality. So this is sort of, I thought on the way to the lessons yesterday, I thought what is actually just because I was thinking about our interview, what is the most difficult thing in music that I could, if you ask me this, what is the most difficult thing in music, I would say it is Bach, to play well Bach, that things are completely organized, but that they are not the same. You have to play the same. If you have this, no, I have to play the same and the same, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
It's the same there and the same here and then the same there. Huh? So it's like a big lamp, smaller lamp, but of the same model, no? XL, XL, but exactly the same design. And of course, our instrument is completely not equal. You know, we have a small reed, and it's very small here and it's very big there. The lower we go, the more it roars, and so we have a piano. Piano is fixed in a way that if you play equal, it's quite equal. So it's more difficult to be interesting. But oboe wants to be interesting. The instrumental. One note is out, one is in, and you have to fix this with your membership. But so that's let's say this kind of music from Bach. In a way, it's purifying your technique because you feel immediately that it's good, it's better than you. There's no doubt that this is the composer that for most people here in Europe is number one. If you have to choose the one of the last 500 years, but it gives you also a tremendous sense of cleaning out your instrument, because nobody should hear imperfections of your instrument. Because if one thing is exactly like that, it's 875, and now it's 875, and now it's 875. It cannot be 76 or 920 suddenly, no? Because your instrument doesn't want to do it. So if this is a bit between the themes now, but just telling that there's always music in my head, but sometimes it's on. That was on because of our interview today. For a while it was on because I thought, what should I tell him if he asks, what is the different thing for you in music? I would say, okay, this is for me, this is difficult. Yeah. And so he gets the answer before the question.
No, we're coming to that. But talking of difficulty and talking of Bach, and you know, his contemporary, I mean, it's the same period as Couperin, and you know, we know that he's from the times of King Emperor Louis XIV, and you mentioned that he was playing things, you know, for the royal concerts at times that he would play for King Louis, for Emperor Louis. My point is that addressing or sort of facing a couple of things that you mentioned, difficulty. You mentioned about Bach is very organized. The small snippets that you showed from Mozart, you know, Bach and maybe one more, Couperin melted everything. Bach could not melt. He kept things intact, and I could see. So talking of difficulty, I mean, to melt, even the rocks in my eyes melted and became tears. They became moist. What is about Couperin? I mean, he's not as well known as Bach in certain part of the world, at least in South Asia. Everybody knows about Bach and Mozart and Beethoven and Strauss, but little is known about Couperin. And you've done considerable work on his work, and the way you played, can you play something from him? And I want everyone to see how, maybe something to begin with small Bach, and to be able to see how Couperin works, where he works, where he touches. He is, you know, just melting the soul, melting the egos, flowing. He's causing flows. He's causing you to be human, perhaps.
Yeah, the melting is a good word, because Couperin himself was a leading musician on the court of Louis XIV, who was at the time the richest man of what we think in the Western world. But he has also half of the earth was his property, so that the sunshine never went down in his land. So that's what we call him the king of sun, because he said that. And he put his bed so that when this bed was replaced with the Thames, when he was in the Chateau de Versailles in the summer, they put his bed so that he got up when the sun got up. He could see the sun, and then he got up. Then he said, "Hello, we are ghosts. We're going up now. We're standing up. The sunshine." And he felt his sunshine, and So this personality had choose the best musician at the time. It was Couperin. He gave him the job when he was 20 years old, and he asked in the audition, He made an audition to find a new chief of music and then everybody expected that Charpentier would get it because he was the next on the list. But he made an audition, and then he said, I just want to know one thing. This young man that played as second last, what's his name? And what's the music that he played? Who composed that? And they said, sir, this is François Couperin. He's 20 years old. He's organist on the Notre Dame, and he played his own pieces. And Louis XIV said, okay, this is the one that gets the job. And then, of course, Charpentier, he was a bit angry. Then he got the same money, but he didn't get the job. So that's romantic. And it means he had to play every Sunday a new concert. Now, I don't know, Bach, you can play also on the pianoforte. Also, the pianoforte didn't exist on the forte piano. Yeah. Also, it didn't exist at the time. But Couperin, you need the cembalo, you need the harpsichord. You cannot play with a piano. You know, it doesn't sound. It sounds like it sounds like ice in your red wine. Yeah. So that's one difficulty. You need, and then it's really difficult. You know, when I founded the Ensemble Couperin, we had 1 year rehearsal before we gave the first concert, and I got lessons from my cembalist. That was Stijn van Eyck. Every time it was as hard as Holy Gear. Now it is not like that. It's like that, and until it got natural, all those ornamentations, it's just written with small signs. First you have to know how it should be, but then it has to go into your fingers. And so Couperin played those concerts with an oboist, that was Philidor, with a violinist that I don't know the name, with a bassoonist that was Allard, and a viola da gamba that I don't know the name, and himself on the cembalo, so on the harpsichord. So they played together and alone, and so and this music is very, very detailed. And I show you why the fingers, for instance. So it should flow naturally. But this is, I practiced this very much in 1981. So that today I don't practice anymore Couperin. I practiced in 91. I practiced all the concerts, and I can pull it out of the nothing, and I don't need music because I could even I could sing and whistle. Many people want that I do this. I know the bass, of course, then. So it's natural for me. I did it as a boy, singing and whistle, because the whistling is the mouth, singing is the voice. So doesn't disturb each other. And so this is, in a way, you ask why people don't know about Couperin. I don't know, the German line with Bach and then Mozart and Beethoven and Brahms and so is in a very stronger line. Then the French line is Couperin, then Rameau, but then also in the Romantic time, Fauré, it's a bit less, of course it's less strong than Schumann. I forgot Schumann in the German line. Yes. And in a way, this is one, then Debussy, Ravel, Messiaen, it's the French line is less obvious when you go to the concert hall and look what's played. Is mostly first Beethoven, then Bach is a bit in that context also. But you know, it's the same quality. It's the same quality. It's not one note that you could change. It's very severe, he writes all the ornaments and he writes all the legato or not legato, and you cannot change nothing, because he explains in this edition that after having played for the king, who quite liked our music, I want to show to the audience that they can play the music of the king at home. No? So if you like it as much as the king, you will be, I'm happy. So then he said, but I took so much time and we lost so much paper and also metal plates to correct mistakes. You know, the paper was very expensive and the metal plates to make the printing, it was very expensive metal. And then he took out all the mistakes and he said, we threw away so many things and we lost material. Now you are obliged to play exactly as it's written. So all the ornaments that you hear in Couperin, he writes it. You're not allowed to make own ornaments, even though you don't really think of doing more notes than he writes. You know, if you have I just want what you have some. You don't think how can I play more notes? No?
Yeah.
But so this is the French. It's a French line. Is not followed up by big symphonic or operatic works so much like the German line. I think they only, you know, the Couperin and Bach, they were in contact. They wrote each other letters.
I see.
So the letters from Bach to Couperin are, I think some of them are saved, but the letters from Couperin to Bach, they are all lost. And you know why? Because it was very expensive pergament from the king's.
Oh my goodness.
And when it came to Germany, and after the death of Bach, some people used it to close conserves, you know, to make a confiture and to close, to be a good cover, because it was very, very strong paper. So all the letters from Couperin to Bach, but they were very estimating each other. And there's some Couperin that sounds like Bach. Huh? You could say it could maybe almost be Bach, no? But yeah, I feel I'm like there. I'm in my hole of the rabbit, as I said at the beginning. My Chinese saying, I completely feel in this music. I can get the emotion, I get the technical delicatesse, and this is like French kitchen, which I very much like to eat. You know, the small things. Yeah. Very complicated to make them. You cannot say, okay, give me a plate of French kidney. Okay, when I say to my wife, she says, give me 2 or 3 days. Give me 2 or 3 days. Okay, let's make something simple, spaghetti or so. But this is the French music at that time, and it's just back to your question, why is it not so known? It's just really difficult. And my students, they love to work on it because they feel that they can master much more the instrument. You know, you cannot be with a tense or with odd fingers or with a tense embouchure, a bad breathing. You cannot play one bar of this. It's not possible. So they all, it's like a studying something and bringing back also to other pieces. No? And you study Couperin, you're not able. In the first week, you don't understand how you should play because all the signs you cannot read. But you're not able to do it if you don't really work on it. And so you work on actually on a great artistic level with your instrument. Then I think the oboe is predestinated for Couperin because we can do so many things in the sound. Of course, the violin can also, but
before you start, Thomas, can you put the computer down? Because it's a pity we're missing your right hand. We have a lot of headroom. Yes, let's try that. It's gone a little bit too much. Just a little bit back. That's good. Yeah, thank you.
I'm just so many I could play. It's like you go to a parking place and there's no cars there, and you have to choose where to put your car. So we have a. is, of course, this is typical oboe. The violins, it's certainly that they play with oboe. Oboe is always strong at the beginnings, but then you have also the opposite things like also the melodic capacity of the oboe comes up, and so it's a way. You say, yeah, people don't know it so much. Yeah, but my people know about it. My students know, my audience know, and now the people that look the interviews know that I'm full of that. I try to fill in that gap in a way, not to help Couperin. He needs no help, but just also to learn for myself, to be relaxed of instruments, to also to represent a certain kind of culture that is not easy to produce, like the French kitchen. So it's a complicated thing. You have to know many things, and you have to give it many tries to be able to do it. And yeah, for instance, this when I play anywhere, a master class and concert, do you have a cembalo? No, we don't have. This is a bit sad for me. Because you can. I can play a Bach sonata and accompanied by a pianist, but I cannot play Couperin with a piano. It is like really completely out of style on this. But I will do in a few, because I see that the Baroque music knowledge goes more to specialists. Yeah, they play only Baroque. But I'm the anti-specialist. I said to myself, Thomas, when it's written oboe on top of the music, this is you. You're a voice. You must play everything. So I play Couperin. I know it's French Baroque because you don't almost have no recordings with Couperin with Baroque oboe. It's too difficult. All the trills, and I doubt the Baroque oboe can play it. Yeah, the sound is maybe nicer than I play it now, but in style and so it's really hard. They always skip it out, even the Baroque specialists. But I want to be able to play the Baroque music, to play the Romantic music, and to play Schumann, and to play Strauss. So this is oboe, so it's me. And then I want to play also this is Berio. It's written in 65, or 72. It's already quite old. Or then starts a piece of hefty, or Japanese composer Nishimura, and this is probably oboe. It's my name on it. So if I have this black stick with me, this is my car with which I can drive everywhere. So why should I learn now? The few times that I have to study, I don't want to learn the Baroque oboe, because this is my oboe. With the Baroque oboe, I cannot play Berio, and I cannot play Strauss, and I cannot play Brahms. And with this, I can play everything. I know they're not specialists, but my feeling, they're also very, very good specialists, of course, and super players. But my feeling is always a little bit specialist of something. Sometimes is the one that cannot do another thing. So when I was in the chamber orchestra in Amsterdam, we got many pianists, also famous ones, very good ones, Radu Lupu, Alfred Prender, and then there come some people that say, oh, he's a Mozart specialist. And what happened? We played the Mozart concerto, and I thought it's incredibly boring playing. And I said, how do they call him Mozart specialist? Because he cannot play Liszt, and he cannot play Scriabin, and he cannot play Chopin. He's not good enough. So he says, I'm Mozart specialist. How can you be a Mozart specialist? It's just one composer, and to make everything like equal notes and not give you a romantic feeling. So when I sometimes hear modern music, contemporary music specialists, I think, yeah, but play me a Brahms melody. Let me see that. Can you also play nicely, nice sound and not aggressive? And I'm completely refused to be a specialist of anything. But if I had to choose, I would like to say I'm specialist of the music of Couperin in a certain sense that I don't see so many others. So a specialism not as excluding something, but just say there I invested more. I invested a lot of time to practice those things, and I have them ready inside. And any concert I could go out and play. And so if I play this for my students, they feel something like, this is concert now. And so they get some part of a concert because it comes from without any idea. Now I played for you a little bit Couperin. I didn't think. The only thing I thought was which one should I take? Where, because there's so many places where do I park my car. But it's certainly, if people want to know about me, they will say, he's good with Couperin. He's fond of Couperin. Some person might not like my Couperin, can be. Doesn't need to oblige. But let's say I put him in the sort of contrast with the contemporary music that I feel also very much at home. When you play, just something I meant. Nobody knows what I wanted to do. Yeah. So how much more difficult is to play the Mozart quartet? So how much more difficult this is, because everybody knows the tune, everybody knows how it should be. If you play he's not good. But if I do, he's good, because first he doesn't play, then he plays it exactly what he wanted. How does anybody know what is written on my score? Nobody knows. Yeah. So I tell that the students a bit to say, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of contemporary music. Nobody knows from the other side. You can do something, and it might not be the one that is written. You like it. And you can do things that are very easy, like a double tone. You have to do the right embouchure, soft embouchure, and slow air. It's wonderful to be so soft and noble if you can do at the same time. And you can have pieces with a lot of perspective. The good thing about new music is that, of course, composers might not agree with what I say, but in a way, the artist that goes over all the struggling that to learn the pieces, he has also right to speak. And I say, when I go on stage with the modern music, I say, I do my best. It will maybe not everything will be exactly like it's written, but I don't show some doubt. I will just play it like it's my thing. No? Otherwise, you cannot. If you're always still anxious, this note comes or not, play it. And what comes, it's a bit like the jazz musicians. No? The jazz trumpet. Sometimes it's a bad entry of a sound. No? And, it's a great style in jazz. No. It's at the end people study how to enter badly to be like a glissando or so, which is easier than to play a Haydn concerto on the trumpet. It's clean because everybody hears every note, and trumpet is until the last in the hall hears every note that you play. Of course, that's easier. That's easier to hear mistakes. In the jazz, everything is also allowed. So only that I'm not a jazzman because don't have the harmony studied. I like it to hear it, but my feeling in contemporary music is a bit the same, like probably a jazz musician has, that I'm producing, I'm also improvising, because the people, I hear the Nishimura concerto, and then what's the other one? Then the composer at one stage. I started to play more things because I thought on this field you could have done more. If I find it right away, I will show you what I mean just before the end. I found it. Surprising. So
you did.
it's written this middle line with the many notes.
Wow.
And it's a sort of, it's fast, but he made it that way, so it's very easy. I said, I'm going on, it's not written. But I feel that they could do much more than what you were. Then he said, wow, Thomas, it's the best part of the concert. I sort of enjoy when this comes and just feel very happy because he doesn't, of course, it would be very difficult to write this. But I'm just on drive. Let me see exactly what is here then. Okay, it's nice, but it's more impressive. So, move the ball. And these things I enjoy very much on modern music, that it's need the improvisation, of the musician, because some things that are written simply not possible. There's some trios or some glissando that you cannot do, so you do something else, and the composer are happy that you covered their mistakes. Right. And of course, the improvisation, it is now I said about Couperin. It just says don't do anything. Improvise exactly what you wrote, and otherwise you're not good. So very severe, like the French school on everything is very severe school of exactly that. And if it's not right, it's rubbish. But most other composers in Baroque time, it's wanted that you give ornaments to something. You give ornaments to something on the basis of the harmony. So there, I feel very comfortable to invent something in the moment. So you have to think what is good and then what is possible and then to do it. So if it starts. Vivaldi Sonata for Oboe first enters. I wouldn't do it if I wanted, it's too much. But it just came out of my head into my fingers, and I can do another one. It's another music, but it's the same music. So this is what I really like about Baroque music in the basso continuo style. You have a soprano and you're allowed to fly around the notes. And I almost never write something in my score because I want to feel this freedom. I can do everything I want, but you have to choose right. Because if you do something and you cannot come out of it, it is not good. And so, but I feel this freedom like flying. You have a text that is given. If no idea comes, you play what is written and nothing is wrong. But there comes too many ideas, you have to choose rapidly. And then you have to be logic. If you choose one thing, be like that, you should go on in that same style. And this is one thing I like very, very much. But it's things actually you can't write down. So people say, oh, why don't you write down your ornaments? Wow, but when it's written down, it's like being a composer. I don't want to be a composer. I just want to be playing with that material that I got from the composer, We have this. Right. You just have to go around the notes, and I was not perfect now. I missed something, but this is also one field that I feel completely in the whole, at home. The ornamentation of Baroque music, and sometimes I think you could combine. You know, why should you always do the same thing with the same piece? You know? This is my version. You know? But so lately, some years ago, I was in Rome. We had a concert with cembalo, bassoon, and another colleague oboe, and we studied the program. And it was we realized on the day of the concert the program is too short, because we thought it's half an hour and or a little more. The people come for a concert, it should be an hour. So we said let's start a bit too late, and then let's make a bit longer intervals. And I said, no, don't need. In the middle, I will go out, I will play something. And to make a bridge from Baroque music, that it was the evening, to contemporary, I make some improvisation. And I did something like that, I don't remember, but just something like, I went out and I started with I do something different now. And I played some Telemann fantasy something. Later I came back to the piece and I thought, well, it's not something that is forbidden to use music that is written. You ornament it, and suddenly you say, okay, but I will do my music because I feel now it's the moment to do it. So in the middle of a Baroque program, it's also nice to hear some contemporary wired sounds. And actually the people liked it. They thought, because I played the Telemann from music, they wanted to see the score. I said, yeah, there is no score. I just wanted to entertain a bit the people with what comes to me at the moment. Yeah. But this is, of course, when you have played many pieces, contemporary pieces, you have some fingering, some sounds is swallowed and digested, and you can just bring them out. You know? Yeah. So.
And if I may go back, to the time when the first teacher, the maestro from the orchestra in Bern that your dad conducted at times, when he came and pulled your ear, checked your mouth whether it would be fit for the oboe, when you began studying from him, what was it? I mean, what was it like? And to finally, of course, the joy that, yes, 50 minutes practice, I've got 5 hours for football and I can score as many goals as I want, and your dad would even come and say, well, you've practiced 51 minutes, you need to stop. You've gone 1 minute over. You shouldn't be doing that. Tell me about, what was it like studying from him? What was it like studying the first notes when you were introduced to the instrument? That way, if you may, we all will get introduced to the actual construct and the playing technique of the instrument. The first maestro who taught you the instrument, if I'm not wrong.
Well, I was, of course, I was really lucky to have. He explained. He was, for me, very. Outside my family, another person that was a great authority for me. Don't forget, I just started to be on school when I was 8. In Switzerland, we go to school with 8. I didn't go to anything before, and so I was just in the family. And I was this man which exactly explained me how to put my fingers, and even, we have the fingers on the instrument, and he said, always make sure that you can touch this key. You won't use it much in the beginning, but be sure that you can touch this key. So many people, they learn C major, F major, like a pianist, and then comes A flat major, and they have to bend down the whole hand or the whole arm. So he already was previewing that. As for the child, look that you can touch this key, don't use it, but you have to be able to be near. No? And my finger position is perfect from that day on. It never changed. He taught me how it should be, and I did. I wanted to be good because I felt this is my escape from the piano. I have to do it well, so they don't take it away from me. So, and I was really very, very interested. Let's say young child, but it was feeling so great authority to help me, to make it. He said everything is easy. This is easy. Look, you have to do this, and this is easy. Don't do this. But when you do this, it will be easy. When you do it wrong, it's very difficult. But it felt easy entrance. Mm-hmm. And actually, after a short while, they were surprised in the family that I could play quite nice things already. Mm-hmm. And I felt what my impression of the instrument was. The first impression was that, wow, you have a feeling, and it can come out like that. You feel wow. And it's not much necessary to make it coming out. That directness of emotion in the instrument. That sometimes people don't like the directness of oboe. Yeah, but of course you must dominate it. You cannot only be direct. You have always yes and maybe perhaps and after and before. If the dominating is easy with the oboe, but the other things are somewhat difficult. But you have to learn that. But when back to your question, I felt like a virtual family. I was very strong in my family. Inside, of course, as seventh of seven, you're the small one, and you have to do what everybody did before. I wanted to go to watch the football, but family said, "Yeah, but everybody wants to go to the mountain." Yeah, but I'm not everybody. I said when I was 5 years old, 6 years, I'm not everybody. I'm Thomas, and so yeah, but everybody liked it, so you will like it too. I said, yeah, but nobody asked me. So I was I was trying to find my own position in the family. You have to, if it would be 13 children, the 13th would be more necessary to be himself and not to be one of the 7. But then I felt, wow, there's sort of outside the family and respected by the family, there's a man that just helps me to realize myself in my own, because it was my own idea to play oboe. I saw my father's conducting and the violins around him. There was with a pencil writing everything that he said, and it was still too near. And I saw the back line, I saw the wind players, they were reading newspaper and something. He said, yeah, okay. So they play. So I thought, yes, let's power there. Of course, it was escaping from too much power. The power was just good willing, of course. It was in my favor, but I needed to escape, and I thought, this is my door. And this man was really magic for me. He made everything easy. And unfortunately, after 1 year, he went away. So, but 1 year, the first year is very important for a child to learn. Exactly. Yeah. I prepared some tea. Uh-huh. It was a good question. It was a good question because it's true that I was always happy when I could go to lesson. I was happy and I was sad when it was over. So I would stay longer than 1 hour. And yeah, he was content with me. It was not that I was a wonder child or something. It just it was my escape from too much pressure. Of course, to escape, you need a guide, and he was my guide. It's a pity that he went away after 1 year, and then
I see.
I can say I got not much advice in boring teaching. I cannot say better, but that's why I had to start to teach myself. So I'm actually being my first student as myself. Because when the time came, I wanted to go to Holliger to study. I said, Thomas, if you play like that...
I want to come to that as well, because I did note that you were actually preparing yourself to make the mark. I noted when you said that. I was coming to that. So if you can, before we go to your own, the way you took... I was missing that link because I didn't realize that your first teacher was there only for a year. After that, you had to manage on your own, and you beautifully said that you were your own first student. Can you show, you showed the fingering, can you show also by, letting some, being the king Indra, the king of wind, if you can show how the scales were taught in the very first year that you were with your teacher. And if you can also bring the computer down again. I think I've got more headroom but less instrument. It's gone a little bit too much down. If a little bit more up, please. No, a little bit more up.
So
that's good. Yeah.
Right, so first you get the instrument and you see the holes. You have to know one finger goes here, one goes here, and one goes here. It's quite easy. And then the right hand, you have 3 big keys. One goes here, one goes here, one goes here. The small keys, they're like remote controls. And then you have down, you have 3 possibilities with that finger. This is the C, the Do, and this is C sharp, and this is E flat. So mostly first you need that one. And now the trouble is, if people get the bad information in the beginning, they go like a piano methodic, They start in C major, because in piano it's only white keys. And then after a few weeks you can go to F major or to G major, you get 1 black key, and so slowly on you control the black keys. But in oboe it makes no sense, because it's not more difficult to play a C sharp than to play a C. It's the same. But the difference is, on a C sharp, your finger has to control that key. That is, if you play C sharp, D sharp, you need the 2/5 fingers to be connected. One is here and one is here. So this makes you a certain position of the hand that this finger can reach everything that it should reach. If you stay all the time in C major, I see other people, somehow even students that come to me in older age, 20, 22, and you see the right hand is so much high up, that you can, it is taught in the first lesson, C major. Look where my 5th finger is. He cannot even reach those keys. You don't need him. So then you go to F major. B flat major. Still you don't need it. You might be already 3 years on the oboe going with the piano methodic, going from the white keys to the black keys, but we don't have white keys and black keys. We have just a hand position that you can reach all. So I advise my people, when you go, this is my first lesson with my first teacher, it was very strong in my mind, you have to control that key. Although, he said, also you don't need it for a while, because it's more, he went then with the piano methodic, but he advised me that there is a danger that I don't find the position of that key. Now I see many people, they have this 4th finger very straight, they cannot reach the other keys there with the 5th finger that is very short, and then they slip off, and they are obviously angry of certain tonalities. Yeah, but this finger, it has to be round, and this finger has to be round as well, and he has to control 4 keys. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so he has to be in this area, and the most inside is the left E flat, this is here. So my teacher was right to say, look that you can touch this, otherwise your hand will be too far away from the oboe. So this is, for instance, an advice I would give to people that have to teach beginners. It is, don't go with the piano methodic. Why should the melody be in? Anyway, we don't play like many notes at the first lessons of oboe. If you have a melody that is a first lesson melody that I win something, no? Okay, why not? It's not more difficult to blow, it's just more fingers are involved, but then you're sure your fingers are on the right place. Then you can go to C major if you want to do a bit music theory. But we don't need music theory on the oboe, we need to blow well, and we need to have the good position. The good position is where your fingers can reach all the keys. The fifth finger, left hand, he has 1, 2, 3, 4 keys. So this is the most inside. This decides my whole hand position. And now we have here octave key. This is very comfortable because everybody can take where he comes out. You know, it can be lower or higher.
Right.
So go to the left E flat. This is your inside position, and then go to the octave keys is up position, and then leave you both, and then you can go to C major. But I wouldn't. Why start with the white keys? We have no white keys.
Yeah.
We have no keys, but we have positions. The children have to. The fifth finger is mostly the least good. And he has to do many things. So here he has 3 keys, and he has 4 keys.
Wow.
And other finger has only 2 keys or only 1 key. The strongest finger, he has only 1 key. You know, this from the right hand. He has 1 key, 1 key, 1 key, and he has 4, and he has 3. So it means it's completely wrong during 2 or 3 years to ignore that. Because you go with the piano methodic from the white keys to the black keys. No, there is no good oboe methodic until now, and I will not write one because I'm not so used with teaching beginners. But I just say it really sincerely. If some of the oboe teachers might look, be sure when people start, don't let them play first, but just look about all the fingers should be in the right position. So left E flat and the C sharp, because if you go only to the C, your 4th finger can be right and a long way. You know, you can. Then how can you reach the C sharp? You will slip off here, and so start with a position that to control the oboe with the hand. So like a gondola. Nobody will ever take you the oboe away. It's yours. You feel strong feeling in the middle of the hand of control. Then you go to those keys that I said is the reference, the left E flat and the C sharp, and this decides the rest of your hand. And then about this or this, balance this, and then look where is the middle, and now you adjust your reed so it's right. The reed doesn't need to be, it has nothing to do with the keys. The reed has to do with the mouth, and each hand is different, so you balance the 2 hands to find the middle. Because anyway, it's not symmetric, you know. On our left hand, we open the hand to the left side, but the keys open to the right side. On our right hand, we open the hand to the right side, and the keys are also open to the right side. So you cannot say that the hands are equal. So probably it's better to be a little bit towards the left, because they have this movement to that of the key. You need a bit more movement. But find the middle, and then look. Then adjust your reed. It's not before, it's after. And then of course, you have a position that it feels in control. Otherwise, you cannot play. These tempos. No?
Yeah. That's fantastic. Well, thank you for that. And what was the name of your first teacher? I missed the name. Would you mind?
Emil Casagno.
Okay, I think I did not hear that. It's good to remember him and as part of the conversation.
And it was he was coming from France into Bern. He was first oboe of the symphony orchestra, and he was actually also teacher of Holliger. I remember in my first year with him that Holliger sometimes entered, and I saw my teacher, my respect person, having a lot of respect, this young student that came in with a lot of energy and with a long bag, long hair, and so this is very so smashing. So I saw my teacher respectful to that young man that was his student before. Yeah, he was there already flying away. But this teacher, he wanted then to be director of a conservatory in the French province, and he stopped to be first of all in Bern. And then, I didn't talk about the time after because I don't want to talk negative about anybody, but I can say that I didn't feel to learn.
Yes, you mentioned that.
At that time, I decided to start to teach myself. So that's what I want to go to Holliger. So I have a lesson every day.
Can you share something that your first teacher taught You remember some piece that he taught? Don't change the camera. I'll tell you if you need to, because I'm seeing it differently than what you see.
Okay, okay.
Just a little bit down. That's good enough. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, one anecdote is, of course, he was talking a sort of Swiss German.
I see.
It was talking to me, but with a very French accent.
Uh-huh.
And
can you imitate it? Can you?
Yeah.
Do you remember how he spoke?
Ja, de moet jouwen daar vinger, nu zijn, und diese Glabe, Alten, always they accept the last of the word. But there was one misunderstanding which is quite funny. When he talked about the halblor, I thought halblor, r is in French for R, halblor. I thought this is a halblor. What is the halblor? What is that? I just translated in German or Swiss what is halblor, but it was halbloch. Here we have this key we call the half hole. As he said, halblor. Ja, nu moet je halblor öffnen. I said, what is? Yeah, this is halblor. They said, oh, it's halbloch. Ah, okay, understand. So it's a French. Okay, German is for French, it's maybe difficult, and then to the Swiss German is even for the Germans is difficult.
I see.
It's another language, but of course, if you're first oboe in a city orchestra, you have to speak a bit the language of the place. It's normal. Yeah. So, but it was quite funny to understand.
That is so sweet. Thank you for sharing that.
I thought it's a charming man, and so he didn't let any doubt. He was so sure, this is like that, and if you do it right, it's good. If you do it wrong, it's wrong, but without any severeness. And of course, I thanked him for what he said to my father in the beginning. Then I wanted to play more. Then when I was 2 or 3 years played the oboe, I wanted to buy an oboe d'amore because I could play Bach cantatas, and I was missing oboe d'amores always in the orchestra of my father, and I played already after 2 or 3 years. I played in concerts, Bach concerts with grown-up persons. So also my stylistic evolution as an oboe player went through Bach.
I see.
Because my father's world, Bach cantatas.
Yeah, it was very important. Yeah.
Volumes and so, and it was really great to be already in the grown-up orchestra.
What was is there a piece that was his favorite from Bach to your dad? Was it something that you liked that really was him and he had become one with it? Is there something that you remember?
Well, I think the Matthäus Passion of Saint Matthew.
I see. Can you play some
No,
to evoke his memory? Some?
No, but I know when I was a small boy, even that I was in the lying down, maybe 1 year old with a car coming to the rehearsals of my father. I always put myself in front. Behind him, but in front of the choir, and I felt they hope that I fall asleep and I don't yell during the rehearsal. And then now when I hear concerts, I always fall asleep. It's basic, but I hear everything. So my students always surprised. We make a class evening, everybody plays. I always go to the back row, and because to listen to music in a passive way, I still feel like the boy being in the car, and everybody hopes that he will sleep so that he doesn't disturb. And so it comes. I'm not tired, and I like the music, and I'm the teacher, but I want to be not present. So like, stop, this is not good, because I do this in the lesson. I want to be like I'm not here. I'm just don't look at me. Just practice how to play in front of audience. So don't watch me. So I'm a bit like not being here, and then I feel a bit like my eyes falling down, and I think, Scheiße, sorry, shit, I should not show that, but I tell them, look, don't worry, I know everything what you play, and I can tell them everything, every small thing that I didn't like or that I liked. They know that I heard everything, but the only thing I wouldn't like is let's say I would drop my instrument or something, or I'm with a cup of tea and I would drop the key. It would be embarrassing. So I always look to be in a comfortable position. And it comes from the time that I was 1 year old, and there was no, or 2 years old, there was no one to guide to keep me, because all the older sister was singing already in the choir of my father, and nobody was babysitting me. We had no babysitter, so they took me with me. I heard the music, and I felt, oh, now I must fall asleep, because they want that. I basically want to be a good boy. No? You want to make other people happy. So of course, there's nothing to do when you're on stage. This is not the passive way. But you asked another thing before.
From your dad's favorite, I mean, if there is something that your dad's favorite, if you can play to remember him by.
Well, it's he did every year the Christmas oratorio, and you know it starts with timpani. When I got a bit bigger, I was also there, and I could listen to rehearsals and general rehearsals and concerts, and it always starts with a timpani alone. It's so impressive for a boy, and then comes the oboes, and then comes more and more people. So first comes the flute, then comes the oboes, and so this is one piece I remember being really happy to hear every year, and my father's eyes, it was like stars. He was so entranced to conduct this. So I showed a little bit of Obo d'Amore.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. And yes, the instrument as well. There are 4 that you told me, that the English oboe and then the Obo d'Amore. Then you have English horn and baritone oboe. Yeah, the 4 that you have.
On the oboe. It's on the Obo d'Amore. I prepared all those reeds, you know.
I see.
Because you cannot play when they're dry. Now it's the English horn. This is a bit like an Obo d'Amore, but bigger. Yes.
Can you maybe stand at the back and play, because this is very long? Would it be possible? You can. It's getting lost down in the below. But anyway, how you're comfortable, it's all right.
And now, you know, if I stand, you don't see me.
You'll have to go back. No, you'll have to go back to stand.
So
yeah, then you can stand here. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, you can now stand at the back. Just go a little, maybe a step further back. One feet more back. If you can move the chair away and then go back. No, there you can stand. You can stand there. Yeah.
What I played before to you. So, but this instrument, I play always sitting down. You know,
I see.
It's heavy. Put my hand, or even on my knee.
Thank you for showing that first. At least we got to see that. Now you can play. Yeah, please.
This is a little bit modern invention to complete the 4. You know, you have the soprano, alto, tenor, and bass.
I see.
And I use it much in ensembles. But in the music by Bach, it didn't exist.
Yes.
But this, you ask me about my father's favorite. Well, the Missa in C minor, in B minor. So this is from the orchestra. You call, and they answer. This is so beautiful on the Obo d'Amore.
Yeah, wow.
The oboe, of course, I have to transpose. You see, it sounds colder.
Yeah. Yes.
But I like very much the Obo d'Amore.
It's beautiful. It's amazing sound.
What I most play is I play mostly the concerto by Bach. No? Full of like a major open door,
Yeah.
and then
Fantastic, yeah.
oh, this is the orchestra. That's why I don't know. This concerto has this special story. My mother was cembalist, and like all the instrumental concertos by Bach, all concertos that he wrote first also for the cembalo, the harpsichord, and then I had already my oboe d'amore. I was 17, and in a course, I mean I had it before, but when about 17, my father gave a course. I was suddenly allowed to conduct this concerto with my mother at the cembalo. And so it was complete coincidence. So I conducted. There was an amateur orchestra because it was a sort of singing choir course, and the people played some instruments. My mother wanted to play the cembalo concerto, and I conducted it, and okay, it went quite well. I was not afraid of people. But then, at the same week or a week before, I read that there was maybe an oboe d'amore concerto by Bach.
I see.
That was the first version of that cembalo concerto exactly that my mother. And
Wow.
so I was thrilled, and but I have its memory. I had no music, I just the score. I had the score only, and I had no music of because oboe d'amore is transposed in A. I had no score, but I had conducted my mother, and we did few rehearsals. And I asked my mom, Mother, would it be allowed that I would play once this piece with the oboe d'amore instead of you, just in the rehearsal? No problem. And I took the oboe d'amore. I knew that. I mean how the music goes. I didn't look. I had it in memory. And I played, and I thought, oof, this is incredible. And later it was sort of given out. Really, this is oboe d'amore concerto by Bach. But when I played it, still nobody knew about it. It was just a coincidence that my mother played.
Can you share that? Do you remember what you played?
Yeah. I played this, what I just played for you, and this same concerto. But I played it from memory, for having it heard with the harpsichord. So I keep nowadays they bring out a version that is a bit simplified because it's oboe, and they say there's long notes and it's not this. But they had to have a long note because the cembalo cannot. And so, but I play the cembalo version because it's how I learned it before. Before even I saw a score of oboe, I saw it on the I heard and conducted it on the cembalo. So I played mostly the version of what I heard from my mother. So, but this concerto, let's say, it's probably the one that I most played because a lot of chamber orchestras. They want good, serious music, but they have no winds. You cannot play the Mozart concerto. And so the Bach is also, Holliger once said to me, it's once I like most to play a long time ago, but when I was a student, this is something, it's always good to play it. Or maybe it was later than I was not a student, but he was full of that piece also. And so I actually, it came to me as a cembalo concerto, me conducting, and not as an oboe player, reading notes. So I play the cembalo ornaments because it's Bach also. It's certainly not wrong. But this I have always ready.
I see.
It's when you stand there. When I came to my chamber orchestra, they immediately recognized also that it's not bad to have a soloist inside the orchestra. When there was a pianist that should come and play in the Concertgebouw abonnement concert, Mozart concerto. And in the afternoon he cancelled because he was sick. They called me, Thomas, can you play the Oboe d'Amore concerto? Come, and it was full. But the oboes between the listeners, they understand it's not so easy. If you have not played Oboe d'Amore for a while, is the instrument still okay? Do you have a reed? And how was the piece? But the piece was no problem. And I played it in one season. I played 14 times in that orchestra.
Wow.
And we made a tour to America, and the conductor, that was very nice to me also, he let me play that concerto in the Carnegie Hall. So I was not much more than 20 years old, but it was a concerto that sort of felt like family, you know? Because of my math, because of also my evolution. And so it's one of the things that you saw it on the YouTube video the other day. It was then written in the Kusatsu videos from Kusatsu.
Yeah.
It's written Cembalo concerto, concerto, not Oboe d'Amore concerto, because the title on top of the music is written this. But yeah, I like this. Accompanies me through my whole life, and many different players. And again, we have Bach as being sort of the fountain. He gives you the energy, and then sometimes you spend it on other things also.
Right. And I know that you have your other appointment. We have about 20 minutes left. And we will, of course, continue the conversation in the next days for all those scholars and musicians and masters listening to our conversation. I want to now, before we look at some of the comments and maybe some queries, if there are any, share with us how you practiced when you wanted to study with Holger. The time when you taught yourself, how did you prepare yourself? What was the regimen like? Of course, if I may anticipate, one would be, of course, the skill, to gain the skill, the length and the breadth of the instrument. Like if I'm practicing, the idea is to look at all the notes that there are, to work on the voice. Then you work on the repertoire. What was your regimen like when you were working very hard to study with Heinz Holliger? Can you share some memories from that time?
Well, one was, of course, like what all young people do, is listening to recordings and trying to do the same. It's of course, and then you see you cannot do because your fingers are too slow, or then, okay, forget about that. And now I was inventing exercises for myself. That's what I do also for my student. And I was talking with the voice. Thomas, this is not good because this and this. You have to change. You have to find an exercise to change that because it must be better that way and not that way. I was talking with words to myself, which is because when it's only in your head, it's a sort of massa. As soon as you talk or you would write down, it gets structured intellectually what you want to do. So I was really my first student, and I was fanatic then, practicing. I was still, imagine I was in the conservatory, and I was also in high school at the same time. So I don't know, 50 hours of lessons, and I wanted to. Maybe there were 2 or 3 hours left for studying in the day. You have a lot of homework to do, and you have examinations. You have the Matur, Abitur, when you come out of high school to go to university. And so I had not much time, but I had, every day I thought, what is the most necessary to do now? But of course I had this picture for recording. It was the time that there was these black recordings, and I listened a few times to Holger. I said, yeah, this is incredible. How can I get there? But then I didn't imitate the way of playing, but just the level I wanted to get to. I should have to be somehow near that. If I'm now here and he's there, he doesn't take me. But maybe if I'm sort of a bit there, he takes me. And so the feeling was also I cannot fail.
Right.
It must be. It's like the sperm going to the egg. There's only one possibility. Yes. That's being the first at the egg. We all have done that.
Yes.
The first at the egg, and you get the human being. It was like this feeling. Wow. I must be the first sperm at the egg, and there was no doubt. It was not even that. What happens if not? There was no other alternative. There was this. This was the the red lamp, and I would like to go there. So I was really fanatic in inventing exercises. How can I get this fit? And for those exercises, I use many times still today with my students. It was like a fountain of ideas come. It's a nice instrument, the oboe, because imagine a piano, everybody has already done everything, and you just have to do the same. And there are many that are very good, and you are not so good. It was the oboe, there was actually only one that was good, and the instrument has so many different aspects, the reed, the fingers, the blowing, the support, the embouchure, and all you can improve every day. And I thought, my feeling was, okay, this is my way to the egg. I must be the first one there, and there's no other alternative. Otherwise, there's no human being. And so I was not nervous when I played for him. I thought, okay, this is now the egg.
But I want to come to what you played for him. But can you share the exercises that you evolved? Can you share maybe a few memories from and you? I'm so glad to hear that the exercises that you carved for yourself, sculpted, are the ones that you share with your students as well.
My appointment 5 o'clock.
Is it? We have 10 more minutes? No, or you want to end now?
Let me finish the sentence. Please. My appointment for 17 o'clock just cancelled. So
let me do the Pagra, the Punjabi dance. Okay.
So yeah.
That's perfect. I'm so glad. God, you see, you're the God of heaven, and I am the God of hell. So perfect match. So all the appointments are falling in our place. They're not wanting to mess with us. That's so glad. So to come back, you were sharing with us the time, of course, what you were played with in front of Holliger, but just to remind, to reiterate what I was or repeat what I was asking of you, to share some of the exercises. Because it will tell us about the handicaps that you were trying to negotiate with. I can empathize with that, because my most important teacher, Bhai Arjan Singh Tarangar, he was born 1900. In the last 5 years, he built my spine. But when I say built my spine, I was like hungry for how can I grow my arm here, how can I fly and flutter? Suddenly it was time up for him at age 95. He died in April 95. And then I was left with, because the level was so high, from exegesis to look at the text, to look at the music, the variations, the improvisations, his memory of, your great-granduncle Baba Jwala Singh, he improvised this composition. If there was a composition, they would say, when he would rock like this would happen, people would go in frenzy and all that. So suddenly he died, and I was like left with nowhere. And all others who were there were like many levels low, because he was from another generation. Nothing, no offense meant to the masters who were much younger, because he was born 1900, before the partition of India in 1947. This man was fully evolved. He was a master of orchards, but others were still in the midst of their learning when partition of India happened. Everything was destroyed. My entire country, Punjab, was like split in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces, fragments. So it's very intimate for me when you say that he was there for a year, then he went, and then you really had to work on your own. And I had to delve, like bang my head on the rock, looking at compositions that he showed and so on, and their family. But then there were enough tools. I was not bereft of the tools. He gave me the tools. He says, I'm passing the sparks to you. I recognize you. I know you will burn the jungle. And so much has happened. So much got revived and recovered. So I'm personally like very intimately drawn towards that idea of when you say that you were your own first student. I want to be introduced to that conversation, you as the teacher, you and the student, and the discourse that is happening. That's like fantastic a story.
I can give you a few examples. No, for instance, I remember at the time my staccato was slow, so I wanted to play. I sounded. I felt when I get longer staccato, it always gets worse. How can so? First, I could do 2 notes. Why? Why does it get worse when I play more notes? So of course there comes an intellectual. So Thomas asks Thomas, what is different later than before? Different is that you're longer on playing. It means probably that you give a bit too much air to the instrument, and then when you go on playing, this air gets stuck in the mouth and is disturbing your tongue. So it's an intellectual analysis, because there's no other way. If I can play, say la 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 la, no problem with my tongue. So it has not to do with the tongue. So the first thing I thought, Thomas, it's not your tongue. Your tongue maybe makes too much flesh movement, but it's not your tongue. It's you breathing out. You're giving too much air, like you saw with the balloon in the beginning. They're giving so much air, and the instrument doesn't take the air. So the longer you play, the slower gets your staccato. So it's just intellectual. It's not exercise, but it's just analysis. And then the exercise, I thought, okay, let's see. La 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 la. So it means when I have staccato, I have to be careful to not to let pass too much air. It was already better. So then the exercise was, when is the tongue really fast? It's it's really fast. It's as fast we never need to play. So what happens with the tongue is very relaxed and it's in service of the air that comes on top of the tongue. So the difference between so you have to work when you blow legato, and you have to go like giving more air and being with the tongue more free, more passive. No? So the active. If you say though about meat and air, if you say ba 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 with your lips, it is meat. It's flesh. If you say it's much faster, it's air. It's not flesh. It's not muscle. If you say la 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 la, of course there's a limit on speed. If you say seems no limit. If you say you want a bit more stronger air, it gets faster. So we do this as boys with a motorcycle. So this is the gas, and you do it with the air. So if you want to get faster, in a way you should not give too much air for the blowing, but you have to give a bit more strong air to your tongue, and your tongue has to be the leaf in the wind.
Wow.
So this is now already part of the exercise. So my exercise was and so in the time that you go up, I thought, okay, I must have I must have this. So give more direct air to your tongue. Have the tongue more passive. No, don't do anything with la 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 or ta 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 ta. And now instead of you see, this is so terrible. You feel that the prayer, it doesn't sound nice, but you feel also he's suffering. When more staccato comes, it gets worse. It's not only it's bad, it gets worse. So controlling the air and controlling the R. When you feel that tongue is a bit slow, you feel like speaking an R. So the exercise was just use the fastest tongue that you have and try to bring it to the oboe. No? And of course you need a certain dominance of your air. So it's again the story. You need little air but dominant air. So that when you have
it's like yes.
when you say ta, or like another exercise was staccato that I made, I want to know what happens if I say ta 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 ta. Nothing moves here. Huh? So it's maybe not the right thing. You got to like spitting air, and is the right thing because this is my rhythm, this is my sound, and this is my dynamic. So I could even make an accent, no? So if I practice with the paper, like ta 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 ta, and then I went to the instrument, thinking the paper is here, and still it's not so. It can be better now. I should practice before, but I have to see. When I go up, I have to think more. I have to think more, like increasing the air dominance. Now I can do it. You know? Even it's a bit too fast anyway. But I was. This was an example. The another example was I had a feeling that my lips were too hard on the instrument because I tried to sing like I was practicing a Leclerc concerto because there was a recording by Holliger that I liked that so much. I want to do that. And it was a piece that I practiced, and I felt when I play long time, my lip is too hard, getting too hard. You know? So I said, let's just look, can you relax the lip while you play? I made it the exercise, I make a half tone down with my finger, and then I want to say, okay, now I want to do with my blowing, with my embouchure. I must be able to do that with every note to prove myself that my lips are relaxed.
Right.
So my blowing and my embouchure together, they choose the pitch I want to play on. And if necessary, I could play lower. About pitch, European always discusses it better 440 or 402 or 3. In Germany it's 3, and in Vienna it's 406. And so I say to my students, you have to be able to play 440 until 444. All must be. It's not so much difference because all must be yours because otherwise you can never travel. I had to play with the English soloist flute player in Japan, and Japan the tuning is 43, and we played a double concerto, and he said to me, Thomas, you're the oboist, you have to tell the oboist to the orchestra that they have to tune to 440 because my flute is 440.
I see.
And I said, yeah, but it's difficult. Orchestra tunes 443. Then, but I cannot play. If it's not 440, I cannot play. I told him, my dear, then you must stay in England. I'm sorry, you can play in America. At the time in Poland it was 440, but then you cannot come to Japan and tell the orchestra 443. It's not possible. No? So I say 440 to 444 must be possible. You know, what I try sometimes, I play. I must be able to play with the same fingerings a half tone lower.
Wow.
Wow. I'm just blowing lower.
Yes.
Because the blowing comes from my ear. If I want to hear that note, I have to blow with the same fingers. If you want to hear it, my ear decides the blowing. It's like the talking. We don't think about muscles in the mouth.
Yes.
That would be too complicated. So it's just listening. And if I say to you, can I say to you something in a foreign language And just by listening to it, can you repeat it? It's a short thing. And you repeat it just by listening. So I say to you, Mekchu Chuzeo. You repeat it?
Mekchu Chuzeo.
Ah, perfect. How did you know how to move how do by your, and you know what it means in Korean? You ordered a beer in Korean. But without knowing what it means, without knowing the language, not anything, you order a beer in Korean. By just listening one time, even I didn't repeat it, and then you were able to do it. So we should not underestimate what our ear can do. If the ear wants a note down, the body and the mouth and the lips have to be able to do it. But so this exercise for relaxing the embouchure has also a bit, let's say, to get a bit out of this world, anxious note of one note must be there. Yeah, if you want it there, it's there. If you want it there, it will be there. And of course, in concert, I like 442 because it's in the middle. I can play 440, 444. When I play with Claudio in a cold church, sometimes it's 36, and then I have to.
Yes.
And I open my throat so much that I get almost throat pain. But I can. So it's not nice because when you play solo, you cannot make many accents anymore because it will bring your sound up. But basically, this exercise, to come back to the exercise, is good for all oboe players.
It's one thing before you start the exercise. It's like when I teach or share. I have since ages now. I've always said to my students that I do not teach you how to sing, but how not to interfere in the song that already exists. So I'm so glad to hear from you that it is about flowing and not trying to do things. We try to be a witness, as you mentioned about like the fountain analogy that you evoked is very, very important. We usually talk about rivers as the banks of the river. We watch the water flow. Do not be fooled by the flow of the water, otherwise you will go with it and you won't be there anymore. You won't be the bank anymore. You need to be the witness. So do not. It's like trying not to interfere with what actually exists, what already is, the song that there is. It's very, very beautiful an analogy. Yes, you were showing us some of the patterns. Yes.
Yeah, it's nice. Of course, this is not philosophic, it's just practical.
Yeah.
You have to do the analysis. This has to be good. So where is the problem? If you have problem of a movement that is too slow, it's probably the movement is too big. And you have conductors then when they make a YaarAnād, they start to make bigger movements, which of course is not good. It's this, and then it gets faster. You have to get smaller movements, and you have to change the bar. So faster means smaller. Higher means also smaller. So if something is too slow, it means the movement is too big. And you know the tongue is a very big, when here is back, not only that what we see here, but on the back it's a very big block. So if you speak like ta 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 ta, it will be a tremendous earthquake for your air in the mouth. And it just, when this is the reed and this is your tongue, and you speak ta 2 centimeters behind, your air will drop under the reed. I mean, not go into the reed. So it's better to speak like ya 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 ya, ya ya ya, stay there, and then the reed has the air directly from your tongue. This is the positional analysis. So the other is, if it has to get faster, do less movement. So ta 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 ta, and you have the ta 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 ta, and you want to go faster. Ta 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 ta. There's always a limit. On top of that, if you give too much air, you will get slower tonguing. Can we make you and me together one small exercise of voice? So I show what I mean. You speak la 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 in that speed that you can. La 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 la.
La 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 la.
Okay. Now you do it with closed mouth. There's no problem. You do it without voice. It's the same. Now you give pressure in your mouth like this. And you cannot do it anymore.
Yeah.
You see it gets la 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 la.
Yeah.
So that was my analysis of my situation with the staccato, because it was really not good. And I said, okay, partly it's too big movement, partly it is too much air in my mouth, which is disturbing the tongue. So, and third, what is the best tongue? It's the r that is much faster than any music piece. And then, okay, then came this. So it's between analysis. Then you have to design an exercise, and this exercise of staccato is just speaking the r, and then playing short intervals. This is an exercise I made many times, and because it's a danger when human beings want something and it does not come, they give more energy. You will pull something, it does not come, too much energy. But it was already too much energy, it's too much air, it's too much movement. So if you follow the normal instinct without the analysis, you do a wrong thing. You say, okay, ta 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 ta, it must come. You give more energy in your tongue because you think the tongue is the problem. The problem is the sound. The sound cannot come because your tongue is too far away, and your tongue, if it has to move, it cannot move well because you blocked the air in your mouth. Because at the time I didn't try with the balloon like I showed in the beginning of that the air that goes through there is so little, so you cannot give more air. If here comes out the air spaghetti, you cannot here have air cannelloni. Then you have the mouth full of air pasta. So if here's come air spaghetti, you need to pull in here an air spaghetti which goes through your mouth. And that is not like speaking or singing, it's very different. So if you give the cannelloni here or the penne, and you won't hear a spaghetti, and you go on and on, the longer you play, the more you get problems. And that's a bit what people in former centuries said overplaying is bad for the brain. Yeah, but it's bad anything is always bad for anything.
Excess, if it is not properly done. But I want to just mention to you, when I mentioned about how not to interfere with the song, and you talk about tuning, in the Indian music system, we have the swar and rag concepts where the notes change. Every rag is a different scale, and we cannot achieve a note's intonation of the same notes, different intonation from one rag to another, by a mere cerebral, venture. For example, if I may give you an example, this E. This is a different re, for example. Then it changes. This is a second, for example, kind of a second flat. Then if I go to ra pujo ra. So So point I'm making is that what I mentioned was not just mere philosophic. It is actually exactly, I mean, I don't see a difference of how you're negotiating with, I mean, it's amazing that you're able to just think, and you're able to reduce the, change the scale, change the tuning. Wow. I didn't know that. That's like a discovery, and we have to do this. Sometimes we have like the Chaya ragas, the complexity is multiplied. When you have blend of two ragas together, which means two different tuning systems together, then we have, just to finish the sentence, that these are called Chaya ragas. Then we have the Sankiran Roop ragas. We have three different scale systems or more together in a single composition, and we are always tuning. And if you try to make an exercise of now I'm going to do this, it has to flow. You have to like churn as you did the mill. You have to churn long enough to be able to just flow, be one at one time, be another state in another, and at the thought, at the instant of a thought, if I may. Yes, please.
But I liked what you were saying. But is there a text? What is it? What is going about?
Oh, this is an ancient text. This is a 5 centuries old, 4 centuries old composition from the Golden Temple from Amritsar. Yes, Pujo Ram. It's a Pujo Ram Ek Hi Deva Sacha Nirankar Sacha Gurki Dev Seva. Sacha ji Navan, Sacha Navan Gurki Seva. This is the text, yes.
So this
is a composition. This is a composition. Exact composition, yeah. And I've sung it like a million times. Yeah. And my great-grand-uncle, by the way, talking of teaching, my great-grand-uncle Baba Jwala Singh is waiting on the banks of river Byas, waiting for the boat to come from the other side, under the tree, and he taught my uncles and my grandfather this composition while waiting for the boat in the late 20s.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. So this flexibility of the voice, we have one in the oboe. We have actually our instrument is as small like that, you know.
I see.
And this is just to go to the low B flat. You know? Yeah. This is if you play only your reed, and if you go now you play your instrument until the first open key. So in a way, when you blow a reed and you don't know about it, and the reed has many possibilities.
Wow.
Now it can go for. So this is. It seems to be a favor, but it's a problem, because which one is the right one? If you have to play,
it's like voice. I'm amazed. It's like the voice. It's amazing. It's just an extension of the chord.
But so it's nice to have possibility. But if you have to play on an unstable note, like when we go to the octave note, we have up only one key. That has to be good for 4 notes, you know. No one makes an octave, so you have to plant the note. So you have to know when you have to start. When you have to start there, you have to have a clear information of the pitch on the oboe that you want and of the pitch of your reed. So in a one way, it's great to have this possibility, especially for newer music or so. But the other way, it's one of the problems. The oboe, you hear them. People start too low because it's not actually an octave. Each instrument makes a little more than a seventh, and so if it's an octave, you have to broaden it up. So my exercise for the octave is, if I hear and I hear the sound up there is not good.
Yeah.
Why? Because the bringing up has been with the lips. If I hear not good, because the bringing up has been with the pressure of air and energy. Energy needs time, but I want the note there, and I hear the note, but I have to know about the reed. The reed can make that note, can make so many different. So I have to feel like saying a vowel, No? If I cannot speak, I can speak E. And even if I slept 15 hours and somebody wakes me up, I can say E. I don't need to E. So I have to use the memory of the mouth to know which is which position or which vowel gives which sound, and to get this in my blood. So this is an exercise I do. I did also as I invented the exercises when I was working for myself, and controlling the reed means controlling the oboe playing, because every note that you play is played with your reed, and the reed has so many possibilities. First, it's like a problem on the oboe. Which one is the right one? Then you practice it to get the mono culture. And depending on which A you need, in an chord or in a melody or in an interval, it's not the same A. So, but you hear what you want to hear, and your mouth position is like speaking, and you get the sound, and you get the sound that you heard before. But so there's the advantage and the disadvantage. The advantage is so this is like in Nishimura piece, a lot of glissando is very easy on the oboe. Yeah. But now have glissando with the fingers. Just the fingers go slowly away. Fantastic, but then very difficult. You have to go down again, and you cannot make glissando. But maybe you can. But so it's magic. You know, when you go, you cannot go over. You cannot make glissando because you go over the octave. But you can come down with the higher note, and you can go up. So it's something. Yeah, the longest I had to make in the Nishimura concerto Karura. It's a cadenza for oboe. And at the end of cadenza, so oboe has this, what I play now, and then when I'm up, here comes the orchestra again. So it has to be very precise. And this is, it needs a lot of practice. Yeah. But this is the advantage of oboe, can go down and come back. It cannot go up so easily. Up with fingers, down with lips, always with blowing. But so, all the therapy against too hard lips is just this half tone. You have to be convinced. I can do it with my fingers. And I don't want any difference. I want a photocopy. I hear this like you when you're ordering the Korean beer. You hear my voice, make chuchuseo. You say make chuchuseo, and you get the beer from a Korean server. So I hear this, what I hear with the finger. And I want exactly the same note, and it's the same sound. It's more difficult, but you need to be fit. The third is too much, But please, I didn't actually. If I can play half tone down. I don't pull out anything of
nothing. You're not changing the distance of the reed from the holes. Yes.
So it means actually in concert I should really be in tune. I think it's not much. Of course, one should not talk too high about himself. But I think in the tuning, really, I make mistakes, and you hate mistakes. But I think in the tuning, it's because I play on my ear only. It's relatively impossible to be out of tune. I must be really in bad shape. But so the tuning, I advise everybody that if you hear a note, give the example. You speak something to somebody, and he can repeat it without knowing what it means or which language it is. You have something you hear, for instance. You have the big jump up, and you hear what you want to hear there. First, you hear the pitch, you hear the oboe sound, you hear the emotion, and you hear the general feeling of the movement. So if you have now I listen, what I want there. It's far away, so I want to show the distance. So it cannot be. There's no charm. There's no distance. But how do I know? I know from the ear. The ear is the master of the mouth. When we talk ear, because when we were children, we learned the language from the ear, and we all can talk. So we were all genius in learning something that you cannot see. The technique, you cannot see the tongue. Only the mama probably. What's called in Indian or in your language of Indian, mama, the mother.
Yeah, mama is actually from India, borrowed by Europe.
Yeah, because it's probably
It's
like
universal.
But you know, this is the child sees the only thing that it sees because it's the milk.
Yes,
And then the milk.
that's
comes
what the
from
meaning is. Yes, it's a very universal referral. Yeah.
The milk usually always comes from the mother and not from the father. So it's mama, and then papa is the father, because it's the same like mom, but you don't. It's without milk. Yeah, papa is a little anecdote. I mean, in my language, papa is the father. Yeah, and I know in French, père, papa in Espanol.
Same in Sanskrit and Indian roots is the same. Pa, pita and mata is the same.
It's the only letters you can see is the M and the P.
Yeah.
And so papa means father. And then I was playing in Vienna maybe 6-7 years ago. I was playing with Wolfgang Schulz, with the flute player that unfortunately he's not anymore with us. But I was playing with him and his ensemble.
Let me interrupt you from the story. There is a little delay before you tell the story. Let me call you back on Skype just now. There's a delay. I think there's. Let's just reconnect on Skype. I'll just call you back.
I put the red telephone. No?
Yeah. Yes. Close the call. Yeah. Close the call, and I'll call you back. My apologies to everybody, but I think there's been a delay for some time. I was hoping it'll sort of recover by itself, but it has not happened. So I would rather that we change it to. I mean, to better to connect with him again. Just give me a moment. Here we are. No connection problems. I'm calling him back now. I hope you're enjoying the conversation and the music. This is quite an eye-opener. It's absolutely fantastic. The scholarship, the insights that go into, and the kind of presence of mind you need to have to be able to play this instrument is mind-boggling. Yeah. Thomas, you're back with me. Yes, I can see you. I'm trying to get you back online. Here you are.
I have to set my picture.
No, it's okay. I'll tell you. You must depend on me for the picture, because I see differently than what you see on Skype. I use a separate window, so you're cropped differently. So you should be patient with what you see on Skype, because I've set the frame differently.
It's just myself. I want to see myself.
The same way as you. Right. Okay.
So I'm doing what you taught me today. So, and then down, because I was comfortable until now. So
yes.
Not just going down. Okay.
Perfect. We are set. So you were telling about what you were playing.
Yeah, it's just an anecdote, not to be too serious always. But
no, I'm never serious. I don't know what is being serious.
I was eating also in the family of Schulz, and he had many people around there. That some were children, others were just people that he gave. He was a very, very generous person. He gave some music students. He gave a room because they had no money to pay for living, and they were also eating a big table, a very social situation. And in the ensemble, then we had rehearsal, and there was the double bass player, and she went away, and after rehearsal said, "Papa." I said, she's probably his child. And the other one went away, Papa. And I thought, wow, incredible, how many children? Yes, the whole ensemble was his children. Viola player went away, Papa. But in Viennese, Papa means bye-bye. I didn't know. I thought, yes, so social. But yes, they all feel that he's their Papa. But in Viennese, the dialect, it's just bye-bye, Papa.
Yeah.
You never finish learning things.
That's true. Can you put the computer a little down, reduce the head space down a little bit, just a bit? That's good. That's good for me. Yes. And if you can move the computer a little bit to the right, a little bit to the right, if you can. No, the other way. The other way. Don't change the headroom. I will tell you if I need to change the headroom. More to the other side. More to the other side. Yes, bit more. Rotate it more. No. To your right.
To my right. No?
Yes. Yeah.
So
no, you have to rotate it.
Okay. Rotation.
Pan it to the. Yes, that's good. That's good for me. Perfect. No, don't change back. I will tell you. And if you can reduce the. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Because don't change back. Don't change back. You changed it back.
Change myself. I can change my position. I have a rolling chair.
Yeah, I know. But once we set, do not change back, because then it's what I see is different than what you see on your yourself on Skype window. That's the point I'm making, right? So I have a separate software where I have cropped you differently. So what you see on Skype is the generic image. Yes, please continue.
There we are.
Yes, there we are.
So we're talking about tuning.
And how you were preparing yourself also to meet with to go to your teacher. We were at that time, and how you were negotiating with the idea of practicing, discovering the instrument, and evolve, crafting exercises of getting the speed up to the mark where you wanted to be, to make sure that Heinz Holliger would approve you to study from him.
It was a hard time, because I had to be, it's a full-time job, but I had two other jobs: to be in the conservatorium for the music theory, and to be on the high school for mathematics, Greek, Latin, and physics, and this stuff. So what I learned then, to be effective, if you have 2 hours, you must use well the hours. So this is first lesson for myself. Don't mess around with making mistakes. If you make mistakes, it's because you play something too fast. Because if you realize you have one piece, even that is black of notes, there is if you give each note one day, you can play without mistake the whole piece by sight reading. One day for the first note. How can you make mistake? You have 1 day to then you play it, it will be right. 1 day for the second note. So it will take you an year to play the piece through, but it will be no mistake. So, on the other hand, if you play a mistake, and you have and you have repeated 2 times already mistake, and you learn mistakes because repeat. It's the mill. It's the mill is repeating. It means you make a line with mistakes. So don't make mistakes. So play it so slow that cannot happen a mistake. Of course, on 1 day it's just ridiculous. But if I say 10 minutes for each note, still it's ridiculous. I say 1 minute for each note, it's still ridiculous. How can you make a mistake? If you have 1 minute to look at note and you can play, no mistake possible. If you have 10 seconds, okay, 1 second. Now it comes into, there is one moment that is too fast. You play a wrong note because you were reading and you didn't react well. Yeah. So what I learned then, I have to be effective with my time. I don't want to learn mistakes. I want only to learn, repeat when it's good. So I have to go to a speed that I can read without mistake. I have to find that speed. And then I have to repeat 10 times. It was my system, 10 times
I see.
slow, that slow speed. And I tell you what happened every time. I still do that. Huh? Every time happens the same. You play slowly and you think it's ridiculous, so slow. And then you make a mistake because you don't concentrate. And okay, punishment must play even slower until you really concentrate each note and no mistake possible. Now, second time, I speak number 2 or zwei, yeah, my 3, 4, and with my Bernese accent from Bern. 5. Then about 4 or 5, I start to be a bit comfortable. Before I was, I should repeat, it will be very boring, 10 times the same thing. 4 or 5, I get comfortable. 6, 7, I feel really good. And you know what I feel with 9? It's a pity I have to stop. I feel so good. And then 10 is the last one, and I feel actually sorry to leave it out because it felt so comfortable. Now it's like you have a clothes that fits exactly, and you think, that's the one, I will buy it. Yeah? And it's number 10. Then I can go a bit faster. You don't need to go a little bit by little, because if it's sure, it can also be fast. And so I had not to mess around by 2 reasons. One is if you play and repeat mistakes, and you come to the same place, the same mistake, and then a third time, same mistake, and then the fourth time is good. What have you? Statistic, 3 against 1. You think the next day will be better? No, you have learned 3 mistakes, and you have learned only 1 good. So, you can make mistakes, but then immediately stop. Okay, here's a problem. This is one mistake, I have to solve it. You step out of the tempo. If you still make a mistake in a passage, you slow down until literally impossible, no mistake. And it doesn't matter which is it, because practicing is to get security. So then security, repeat. Now the repetition is good, not the mistake you repeat, but you repeat when it's good. And after a while, you feel like a tramway. You cannot go wrong. It's guiding yourself. And then if it's like that, you can take tempo and it will be okay. And so I learned. So I have here something in front.
Oh, fantastic.
It's about 65%. It's not good. So. I wouldn't take more. Impossible to make a mistake because I see each note and I cannot make a mistake. I do this 10 times, and then it's there. It doesn't need to be, half tempo and then more and more. You have the security. You must play slow, simply. Then avoid mistakes. If you have mistakes, it means you are too fast. Go slower. Doesn't matter. And then you get this 10 times. You get the security, and then you try the tempo because you have 10 to 1. Next day, it's quite probable that it's still there. So this is practicing philosophy. Maybe it's giving lesson how to practice to myself because I didn't have much time. In between we're in the school, I think we had 35 hours and also conservatories, maybe 15 hours. It comes to 50 hours. You have to be present somewhere. And then my practicing, I wanted to get better and I needed really. So this philosophy I still use. Don't repeat what is wrong, because repetition means you're fixing something.
Yeah.
So also with gestures, if you say you drop something, I dropped it again. I dropped it again. Why didn't you make it slower? Why didn't you, after dropping once, it's enough. Yeah? Now, you know that there's a danger to drop something, so do the action slower, and then do it slower the next time. And after a few times, you feel it's impossible to drop the thing because you go too fast. And so this is part of my, let's say, practicing lesson. Of course, it's good if your teacher practices with you in a certain way, being yourself. And one more example. It's mostly about.
It is. I usually also, in our when students ask me, how can I study from you? You're such a, so big, and I want to learn from you, but I have no training. I said, you're perfect. You'll be quicker to learn because you don't have anything to unlearn. You don't have to erase bad habits and so on and so forth. So I've seen now over 33 years of learning and teaching, sharing. I used to always call that I'm just mutualizing with you what I'm studying. So be my co-practitioners. I'm not really a teacher. I'm a student and a very good one at that. And I'll show you how I'm studying. So you can study along with me, as I would tell my students. And the key always was that people who had been practicing wrong, it takes longer to undo a bad habit. So it's very important point that you're referring to is never rush through a lesson and do not think you're smarter than the knowledge. Knowledge is bigger. Knowledge is something which has produced tens and hundreds of grandmasters and virtuosos, and it is still not exhausted. That is knowledge, and we must be in our skin, not stretched beyond our skin, beyond our might. That is very, very important. And something that you mentioned about that you would sit at the back of the class. I'm very notorious, but I have a little different methodology. So if I would teach my students, something, I'll give them something to work with. This exercise. So I would say to them, okay, you repeat it 1,000 times. So it'll take 3 hours or so. Once I see that they've gotten it, because if I'm sitting, I'll go on teaching them more and more and more. They wouldn't log it. So I'd say, all right, tomorrow, the next day comes, I tell them, okay, you start. So they do it. I said, okay, I'm going out to watch a movie. So in Tucson or anywhere else, I'll go and watch a movie, come back, and they would still be practicing that. I said, okay, now time for the next section of this composition. So, Mama da da ni ni da re re da ni ni da ga ga re da ni da re da ni da ni da pa ma da ni sa ni da pa ma ga re da re ga ma pa ma da ni da ni da pa pa. Okay, now perfected all day in evening time. Okay, sing it. I'm back in 3 hours. I go and watch another movie and come back. They're still singing it. The third day, I will teach them the third part of it. Ma 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 da 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 ni 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 sa, it'll come. So pa ma ma ga ma pa da pa pa ma ga ma ga re sa re ga ma pa ma da ni da ni da pa pa ma ma da da ni ni da re re da ni ni da ga ga re da ni da re da ni da ni da pa ma da ni da ni da pa ma ga re da re ga ma pa ma da ni da ni da pa pa ga ma da ma 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 da 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 ni 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 da 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 re 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 ga 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 re 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 da 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 ni da re da ni da ni da pa ma da ni da ni da pa ma ga re da re ga re ga ma ga re da re ga ma pa ma ga re da re ga ma pa ma da ni da pa pa ga ma da. So 3 days later I'll say, okay, now I'm going to go watch a movie and come back. So they would be practicing. I'll make them go round and round in the mill, as you say, practice. And I, for example, for all the students who are listening and other scholars, I have not sung this for years, but it's just by teaching and my own practice, it's embedded, it's part of the DNA. I can just wake it up. And it is something very, very important that Indamule has mentioned today, that once he has worked slow, as in the pedagogy that I represent as head of a 5 1/4 centuries old, my institute I head, Dharamsal, founded by Guru Nanak in 1521 AD, the 5 centuries will be next year. So in the beginning would be pa pa ma ga ma pa da pa pa sa za ni da pa pa ma ga ma pa da pa 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 ma ga ma ga ga ma pa ma da ni sa ni da pa ga ma da. This is how they begin. And slowly, slowly you that you reach that. And Indamule has mentioned, it is very moving for me to see, as the old Indian saying says, goes, 100 idiots will have 100 faiths, 100 wise men and women will have one faith. If you're a student of knowledge, the logic is the same. It's like Mama, Papa, as beautifully Thomas has illustrated about when you say you go to Germany, anywhere, it's Papa, Mama is the same. India is the same. Europe is the same Latin, Sanskrit kind of sisters and so on and so forth, cousins or whatever. One way, and how he begins slowly, and by the time you've done 10 times each day, you remember it. And then you don't need to listen to it. And then you're going, you become your own judge. The parameters are there, no matter, it doesn't matter what pace you're going, but your radars and signals, your ears, your guardians are there, watching over you, helping you to conduct. That's a very, very beautiful illustration that you gave, Thomas. Yes.
I want to go on top of that, one more thing. Of course, slow, it means you have more time to find the right note or to find the right movement.
And the right ornament, yes.
Yeah. So, and then this is what first thing is just the time, but the second thing is the emotion. And you know, the emotional memory is much stronger than memory of a fingering. When in front of the house, one day you fall over a stone and you injured your knee of one house because you didn't see something lying on the floor. Every time you come near that house, you feel, wow, you're a bit like, you cannot walk there and not look if there's a stone. Even if it's as a child, you had some accident, now 60 years later, you come the same place, you see, oh, wow, this is a place I hurt myself. Or the positive memory where, I don't know, when you gave the first kiss or this kind of thing. Yeah? So or when even something very nice happened and suddenly, in a music piece, it can be that you discover how to play a certain note in a certain way, and every time that you go to that piece, you can find it back. But it's in the emotion is the strongest memory. The emotional memory is like one for life. So I say, if you have, for instance, you have to play. You have to play this in Strauss. It's a bit, it is not comfortable for the fingers, and mostly it comes like. So it's not clean. So one would say, careful for the fingers. I say no, careful for the notes. Yeah. Give each note a meaning. Play it slow. Okay, this was the first part of our conversation. Now, second part of my conversation about that would be, don't only play slow. Do something with it, what you think. Even you can give names to each note, like your family. You know, father, mother, brother, sister, friend, dog, cat. So you have all the notes have a name. How can you forget your father? How can you forget your dog? It's impossible. So father, mother, sister, brother, dog, cat. So if you have, because the brain is faster than the fingers. So if each note is, of course, matter, you give it a musical emotion, but you can also give names to the notes and just think of somebody or something. And then it is. It's not anymore to play the notes, it's to give meaning to all notes. I forget about the fingers. The notes, it comes from my ear and from my blowing. So I have to still, I find it's too straight, it makes enough curve, and too many persons have the same name. So now I have an emotional way. It's good slow because I make no mistake. It was the first part of the thing. Second part is no mistake, but also a musical meaning, an emotional meaning. Now I cannot forget this meaning. You see, it's there. But was there a mistake? Not one, because the emotion is forever. And the good thing, what I tell also my students, if you practice that way, that each note has a meaning, is not only you're able to play fast and without mistake, you're also, it will be good. And tomorrow it will still be there. Because how can I forget tomorrow my father, my sister, my brother, my dog, my cat? How can I forget tomorrow? It is for life. Memory, so emotional memory is for life. So this is important also when you play contemporary music, because sometimes the emotional context is not there. Let me see. I have something very odd here in front of me. This is just, it's like, it's out of the hefty rotationen, but it's like to make you, when you speak something very complicated with the words. It's the same notes coming back, but in another context. So. The notes are right now, there's no mistake, but it doesn't speak to me. Now I try to find what do I feel? Practice now so much until it goes, but I'm sure when it will be right, it will also be interesting, it will be emotional, and it's in emotional memory forever. So it's not about fingers. The fingers, anyway, we move the fingers just in between the notes, so why give them importance? We want the notes. It's blowing, it's ear, it's emotion, it's memory. You know, how do I feel with this note, with this note? So I wouldn't like to be practicing slowly and then get it fast without mistake and then all straight. So of course it must have a meaning. It has a meaning.
Yeah.
And the other
it
thing
reminds me of Bhagat Ravidas, one of the great saint singers from South Asia 6 centuries ago. He sang a composition in Dhanasari measure. Dhanasari, it goes Sagani pani ni bagagam sani da bagagam. So third part of the composition says Sadhu Sangati Bina He talks of that sadh sangati bin bhav nahi upajay. And bhav bin bhagati na hoye tere. He uses 2 words. Bhav is love, emotion, and bhav bin. Bhav is meaning, purpose. So the presence of love, emotion, compassion, your entire soul in it, and then bhav, your communication. And what I see is from a plain bij swara, like a seed-like note, like a seme of a note, to it becoming what we call the prana roop, when it gets the breath in it. You're feeding breath in it, then it has a nature, marama roopa, and the vairag, and then it has different emotions, meanings, and so on and so forth. That's absolutely fantastic to see a parallel coming from the Western classical music, and the importance of pumping life in a note. Otherwise, it's a meaningless verb. Words without meaning have no meaning. It's fantastic. Yes.
Yeah, it's like numbers. Yeah. So there are some passages that are just not easy, and the only way is to study that way. It's not clean. Huh? So it's not clean because I'm just moving fingers. I give one air, and I hope it's coming. But it's if I go slower. I see, hey, there's something building up, and then comes a doubt to say, wow, this is maybe not that good or something. I mean, as emotion, no? Shadow. I think, oh, I'm sorry. No? Now the intervals speak to me in an emotional way, and emotion I cannot forget. So it's clean now, and it's also, it has the emotion. So if I go just with the fingers, who likes that? It's like a kitchen with only water and salt, no meat, no fish, no vegetables. It's just it's useless. No? So I go away from the fingers. The fingers aren't just there to change the notes, like the in a concert of a pianist, the page turner changed the page. You know? But you must search the note, and give it a meaning, give it a name. You know? I have a big family, so it's easy for me. 7 children and 2 parents, 1 cat, 1 dog, many names. And then first just to see, you can think. Can you think in a very fast tempo? Father, mother, sister. Yeah, of course. You cannot speak it so fast, but you can think it fast. But you think it slow, and each one is a different personality. Look, there's a whole planet around everybody. Yes. So each note has a different. It is either exit, or it's coming back, or it's lighting up, or it's shadowing, or it's turning around. Millions of things. So this helps you to get. Don't practice so much playing mistakes. Play. Okay, this is difficult. Slow down. Until to a tempo that you can really master it without problem, and then try to give it emotion. Even in contemporary music, you have so I have to practice quarter tones. I'm used to, when the chromatic of Bach, when you have a so that the tonality, the chromatic gives you a feeling, and now I have quarter tones. But if I think of crying, I think how it sounds, I may be sometimes in the emotion, near to the emotion. Also, I'm an educated Baroque classical musician, but sometimes I'm nearer to the emotion with this kind of things that I feel, it's more expressive, sometimes than Bach. And so I think our instruments, so we are lucky, we have a lot of Baroque music, among them 5 hours of Couperin, that we are really also inside. But he has written, he played with oboes, and it was Philidor. He was a bibliothèque man of the king, and he played the oboe, and he also written many oboe sonatas. And we know that all this music is original, and between violin and oboe, but original for oboe. We have all the things Bach in the arias, in the cantatas, everything is wonderful. We have Mozart chamber music. We have the quartet. So we have this. We have chamber music. We have it's an octet by Mozart in oboe. First oboe is leading. We have a Baiṭhak serenade with other winds, and we have orchestra solos in the orchestra. So we are lucky, and then Debussy, La Mer. De Couperin by it's Couperin, but it's the honor of Couperin by Ravel. And then, okay, this is already much. Now comes Heinz Holliger and orders the best composers to write things for oboe, and suddenly we have a complete new world. So this is it's all authentic oboe. It would be really a pity to be the first period that people don't play the music of their times.
Yeah.
Because it used to be. Now we play so much Beethoven, not against it, but when I was 5 years in symphony orchestra, how many times did I play the Fifth Symphony of Beethoven? And they said, yeah, because the audience wants to hear it, they're comfortable with it. And yeah, but do we have also a certain sense of education to show it that is more than Beethoven? Do we ever play, for instance, something by Messiaen or French music? Yeah, but they don't like it. We have to. Sometimes as child you have to also, they give you a spoon and you don't like it. Yeah, you don't get big. So you don't get big as audience. If you do what the audience want, then you get poor. But in each period the people played the music of their time only. You know that Mozart knew Bach. He knew Philipp Emanuel Bach is the son, the one that I played the sonata. It is a concerto for oboe by Philipp Emanuel Bach, the son. So Mozart talking about the great Bach, he thought Philipp Emanuel. Then somebody told me, his father was composer too. It was not many years after. It was not many years after the death of Bach. But Mozart, when he was a child, he knew Telemann, very famous because Telemann had many. He was like many internet, Facebook, whole Europe was giving things. Bach was a thinker and he stayed always at home. He didn't travel so much. But Mozart then learned that the father of Philipp Emanuel, he was composer too. He's incredible. He didn't know music of Bach, of what we call Father Bach, Johann Sebastian. So people showed him, and then he was so impressed that he started to write fugas.
Right.
And then his wife forbid him because they didn't pay. Who pays the money for this? Because write piano concerto and symphony, because probably somebody pays. She was very much about money, but he got a big shock of his life when he studied the music in Leipzig or in Dresden, the music of the father Bach, that it was so great. Nobody told him because it was played only Salieri or Philipp Emanuel Bach or Graun or the Mannheimer, Stamitz, the contemporary things, and it was just 20 years before, but it was not played. How can we nowadays survive as artists or musicians to still be 100 years ago, 200 years ago only, and not being able to play what our neighbor writes in modern times? Comes new styles. Not always is difficult, but you have to. Of course, they have to write different. They cannot write now new Mozart in another tonality or new Brahms. It's not possible. It's just like stealing.
Yes.
This is fixed. Now you have to invent something. It gets more difficult because we have the old music. So we have all this boosting, and now on top we have the music from today. But I'm always very sad if I see that in some teaching, it's like doesn't exist the new pieces because. You have just to play the orchestra solos, though you get the orchestra job. Huh? I learned all that, and I did 2 auditions in the orchestra job, and I got two positions that I wanted. And I want to say that modern music has not made any damage. In the opposite, it forces you to be flexible on the instrument, in the ear, and in the eye also, and in the reading. You have to control the quarter tones, then probably you will be good at half tones. If you can control quarter tones, it's good for your half tones. So the only thing I'm a bit, let's say, sad. I'm now one of the older teachers as age now, and next year I will get 70. So, but I see even students, ex-students of mine, teaching mostly just the orchestra, and then all the ones that don't get the job. There comes 50, and one gets the job. What about the other 49? They will still with something they have learned as the only thing, but they don't succeed. They don't get the job because there are more people for that job and they take the best one normally. So if your field is so small that you only know this, you have only either yes, it's fantastic, or no, it's nothing. No? So, but if you have chamber music, you have the contemporary music. It makes you flexible, as I showed you with the glissando. The fingers know where to go. The eye is used to analyze things. You have a practicing strategy, and the expression is another one. If I hear this. It doesn't sound anymore like it is. It's sort of, it's outside Europe, but it's written. I forgot to mention this composer Silvestrini. The name sounds Italian. He is French. Silvestrini wrote this piece for me also.
I see.
And so it's called Ora Volubilis. It means the flying hours. I was thinking of it when you were flying with your hands. Flying hours, because it's about the painting that you see angels and you see birds and you see the Maria with the child, and then you see some black angel that brings you some torture. And so this will be. It's like that. No?
Wow. Go on. Why did you stop in between? I hate you for stopping in between. You initiate us and then you deny us the joy. It's like showing me a nice cup of tea or a coffee. You already owe me several now. And then telling me, thank you very much, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, I see it.
I don't have it completely in the memory now. So, but
yeah, a bit of it. I'm just teasing.
This is the beating up. It is the torture, no? It is screaming, and it's about this. It's about this painting, Paolo Veronese.
Wow.
So it's actually not so. I mean, it was not clean now when I played, but always forgive me. I have not everything ready. But the interesting, of course, it's a danger coming with so many notes coming to the people. It should so stress, you know. And then comes the beating. Then suddenly, he said to me, "Now you're not anymore." Yeah, he mixes up the two cultures, like European, and let's say in that time from that painting, it's a Gregorian song that goes. Like that, and he mixes up because he thinks the painter looks down in this garden, and behind he hears the monks' song in the church, unison, and in front he has the birds. And now that page sounds. First he said, "Now you go outside in nature." Huh? And it ends up with So I find this wonderful combination of styles. And then he decided at a certain moment, and he tells me now, it's not anymore oboe, it's not anymore painting, it's outside, because the painting has here. It's not, I lose everything.
I think you put it back in there, yeah.
Huh?
I think, oh, I see, it's here with me.
Okay, the painting has a garden and then a wall, and behind the wall is nothing.
Right.
So if the Christian thought that it's only the Christianism and the rest is non-existing. You know? And he goes to the other side of the wall and he said, now we don't play anymore Europe, we go at the other side of the wall. And then comes new sounds, and then comes suddenly something that we can see now from the other side. We can see the wall. It is very actual now that some people talk too much about difference of religions. They all have their right and their culture, and the best thing is to get on with each other. But here is the wall. Usually people get afraid. Now what is behind the wall? And now I imagine an old man, a big surface with no trees and no mountains, a big sort of desert with sand, and he pushed a car with a little bit of wood that he's going to burn at home. This is what I imagine when I play this. His car is not round, the wheels are not round anymore. Now from far away, I hear some strange Gregorianic that sounds, what is a strange music? It was a Gregorian song. But now we're on the other side. If that's strange, what we felt normal before. Now comes again the car. Again, we hear some Gregorianic. This is how the piece ends.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
This is also great music to, especially actual situation. I don't want to go into politics at all, but that we have often too many sides confronted to each other, and also always with excuse of religion. Religion is just believing in some order, and not we don't need names, but the way of starting, like with a Christianist, very typical. Did you see where I put it? Because I keep losing things. But well, okay. The name of Gregorian song, the Christian garden. The symbols of Maria with the child and angels. So it starts there, and then suddenly goes. He thinks that after the wall, it's nothing for the painter, but we go to the other side and we look back from the other side.
Yeah.
The Christianism, and think, this is quite strange what they do there, no? And and then he needs. So he said to me, it should not sound like an oboe. Think anything else than oboe sound. But this. It sounds more like the wheel of a car turning. I think it's great. So that's actually the easiest part of the piece. You have 5 pages that you just learn one line and it's repetitive and you can do the same thing. But when I mentioned the composers that I've written for me, I've got Gilles Silvestrini, Hora Volubiles. When I play it, I feel. Now I played, I didn't practice before, so I don't say it was all right, but just to show it was enough. But when I played in concert, of course, I have to practice a bit more. And when I play this, I feel like a long traveling from a certain cultural time into another certain cultural time, many, many centuries ago. Yeah, but it was written in the year 2003 or something like that. So no, maybe it's written somewhere. I found the picture. Why is it here under here? Strange. Sometimes
they want to hide, playing hide and seek with you.
To show you the wall, you see that there's Maria, there are the birds, everything is there, black angel, some black angel, and here's Caterina, Santa Caterina is going to be tortured. And you see that this wall, and outside is nothing, not even plants. It's like this world exists, and it's in Jerusalem, and the rest doesn't exist. And now Silvestrini goes to this other side, first to paint a bit the other side. Look, it's different. It doesn't sound like European music, and now he let us look back, and suddenly we find this. We find that this sounds strange, this Gregorian song. So this kind of cultural, I was actually studied a long time ago to be enthusiastic about the oboe repertory. We have so much. The only thing we cannot really play much alone, except the modern solo pieces. That's why each Baiṭhak gives a recital. He should play. You're going to play with a cembalo, or you can play with a piano. And then play one of those things. It's fun to learn, and it's not difficult if you have a teacher that tells you what to do. But Silvestrini is an oboe player himself, and you see that he puts under each note he puts a fingering.
I see.
So nothing can go wrong. You just have to learn how to do it. And so we have this completely modern sector that the pianists mostly they jump because it's they stay with the Beethoven sonata and Scriabin, Debussy, Mason, and most modern. The contemporary music, it gives you a completely different cultural aspect also because it's nearer to you. And we have the orchestra literature. We have not so many romantic pieces because at that time I think it was this story about bad for your brain, and people were afraid to play oboe, and there were not many good oboists in the century 1800 to 1900 something, 20, 30. Then came some good super French players, and then suddenly came Holliger, and he said everything is possible. We have multiphonics on the oboe. Why not use them for music? This improvisation, but these kind of things we can do with the oboe. It's incredible, and we can play. Just be in the order like my books there. You can see the only place in my apartment which there's a good order is my books. Yes. That's why and we have all the orchestra things, and we have the whole Baroque with all the styles. We are present there. And so I think we are really, really favored by the repertory. That's my wish. Please play those modern pieces. Learn the Berio Sequenza. Learn the Isagnon Piri. Sang-yoon is a Korean composer, and it started. He had to live in Europe because he was jailed by the military dictatorship because he was a leftist. At that time, there was a military dictatorship.
I see.
He
You're
had-
from North Korea, South Korea?
South Korea. It
I
was
see.
just after the war,
I
and
see.
then
At that time, yes.
right wing was military dictatorship, and he was, I think, communist. So he had almost no life. So he had to escape to. They let him escape to Germany, but so my teacher Holliger was in strong contact with him. But he wrote a piece for oboe solo, not for Holliger. It was written for Georg Mehr, right? But it starts like.
Wow.
So, and what is this? It's called piri. Here we have a piri.
Uh-huh.
This is a Korean. This is a Korean piri
I see.
with some punch, and the reed is the reed is made of the same material that the instrument. So this is how it sounds. Maybe I can make some sounds. Let's just check. And the problem is it has to stick in well. Just a mechanical problem of connection. And then I learned Korean tunes because I wanted to record this piri by Sang-yoon,
I see.
and I thought I must know what is a piri, and I must have some lessons. My first piece was. It's a certain sound, and when I played that, just to practice, I played it in Japan when I was on the Kusatsu festival, and Mr. Nishimura was next to me on the sushi bar, and I thought, why not? I'd have to play tomorrow in front of the audience, and instead of being in my room waiting for the sushi, I can just practice.
Right.
Of course, I played better than now. Then he said, yeah, I will write an oboe concerto for you because you're so Asian in your music.
Right.
I thought, well, then. So it comes from the thing that he had heard on my playing, and that's what I like. A ping pong. One learns something, the other one says, "Oh, that's good. I want to do something with that." And then you write a concerto for oboe with big orchestra, and I was allowed, or I was the one that has to first perform it, and he liked it, so he made a second concerto. The first concerto is called Karura. It is the Buddha that is flying around and looks that everything is. There are 12 different Buddhas. This one is flying around just to control everything is okay. So that's why the oboe plays all the time. And the flying is a. And sometimes you have to look down what is going on. And then I said to him, why don't you write a second concerto later, Ashura. Ashura is the 12-armed Buddha.
I see.
And it was many years later, many years later, he came, okay, I'm writing a concerto for you. It's called The Four Seasons. Because I said, look, I have many instruments. I can play many instruments and I can change whenever I want. And it's not difficult for me. So you could use that capacity and use 4 instruments, oboe, English one. And then he wrote 4 seasons. And actually, it's great to have also the baritone in a soloist with orchestra. It's a great feeling.
Yeah.
And the main problem was how to come in. I cannot have the 4 instruments. You can have 2, and the other 2, and then you have the reeds. It's very sensitive. I cannot just give to somebody. So I trained the orchestra, the man that puts the chairs, so to bring in 2 instruments, and I brought the other 2 instruments and then deposited on a table. But that again, it's a nature and culture, Japanese culture of probably also Chinese culture of 4 different animals for the 4 seasons, and 4 different instruments. The first movement is summer. It's with English horn, and it's bzzz. You hear noises from the percussion that are very high, and it's like very hot. And you with the English horn, you have to play, and then comes the winter. It is with oboe d'amore. It is a sort of gamelan orchestra behind you, and you have the very virtuoso. So the first being of a bird, but this winter, it is a white tiger, and you have very virtuoso, almost jazzy. I cannot play it now because it really just must study. And the third movement is winter, and it's black turtle, and it's a big one, no? And so I must confess, when I play on the baritone, I feel the most comfortable.
I see.
Because it is there is no rule, you know. Oboe, you have to be also Brahms, you must be also Berio, you must be Bach, you must be Schumann. This is the big one. It's up to me which sound I want to have, and I'm completely free. Nobody tells me, but this is not the right baritone sound, because it does actually exist in literature, but now exists, and then I have to, for the spring, I have to change to the oboe, which I feel when I play this kind of feel, oh, sorry, I have to go to the oboe now. It's more difficult. It's more small. So, but this is spring, and actually inside that spring comes suddenly. It's quite sad, and I asked him why is the spring normally in Europe we are.
It's very flowery, very full of fragrance, birds chirpy,
something like that. And now here, spring is why is it so sad? Sort of. And he said, "Yeah."
I'll just grab some water. Continue playing, or just you can continue speaking. I'll just grab some water.
He told to me this is this is I think Buddhist philosophy. I don't know exactly, but the spring is possible because the winter is death, and the newborn they actually come out of the ones that passed away. So that's why it's a little bit sad. It's nice, a newborn baby, but it comes out of the ancestors that died in the winter. So let me also take one swallow. Let me just practice there. Well, I was just a bit practicing. What is in this Nishimura concerto is special you know, when you have classical concertos, there's a moment that is cadenza. You invent something and you play it, and it must be your own cadenza. So because it should be the artist's composition. And modern composers, they don't have this because, of course, they want to control every note, piano, pianissimo, dot, not dot, legato, staccato. Everything must be more precise than older music. But Nishimura gives me a cadenza in the just before the end of the last movement. It's after 25 minutes of playing.
I see.
And of course, I felt really great because I can do what I want. It's such a freedom. And I just noted 2 or 3 motifs of the other 3 movements. And the last movements, one was this last sad movement, but if you modify it, you can make multiphonics out of the same thing, and that is my cadenza. Or you have take a motif and you compose it, and you feel that it's part of the piece. Now I don't have the piece in my head because I didn't play it for years. But when, of course, when you have the rehearsals, you practice, you have the piece. I make a cadenza, but it's in the spirit of the piece. And Nishimura says, do as much modern techniques as you like, because it's a bit something I don't know so well, and I would like to have it in my piece. So he stimulates, and every rehearsal I invented something different. And then they made a tape of the general rehearsal, and they made a tape of the concert. I played different because I just improvised, and they recorded everything. And I said, take for the recording, for a CD, just take the one you like most. Let the Nishimura decide which one he likes to his piece. But the moment of playing, I just was inventing. So I didn't. If it's really inventing, I don't want to write something down exactly. Then it's not anymore inventing. It's like composition. The composer is Nishimura, not Thomas Hindermüller. So this is a little bit my world. Let's say the biggest happiness is I can perform, but I have my students, and together we try to grow. I try to help them to get better, but they give me also a lot of energy back, and in the same time I help them. I help myself to also to get better, more precise, more beautiful, and the ping pong between the go out and travel and practice and play and come back and teach with the students. It's a very good dialogue. And on the other side, from the Baroque to the yesterday and tomorrow, such a long range of music. And to hell, we have no concert by Brahms or Dvorak. We have not the romantic. This century, the oboes were not good, so the important composers wrote oboes for the piano. It was more interesting. But we have so much that we should keep this value. Everything is emotional, but the one that is today, it can be even stronger than the one that was 250 years ago, because it was certain ruling, certain clothing, certain behavior that is not today. And so my wish is that the oboe teachers, the oboe students, they really use that range of pieces we have. We are really lucky. And don't just reduce to have a middle, dark middle C that you can play in the orchestra without disturbing the others. You should not disturb. You should be able to do that. But you should be able to do also. You should be able to do that and being modern, because your instrument is allowing that. You know? And this is because we have Holliger. He changed everything because he said everything is possible. Nothing that I could not do. He was also from my area in Switzerland, hard-headed. When he wants to do it, he can do. And now, as composer, he opened many things, many ways. But he is the figure for the oboists, and then everybody must not copy him. The sound may be different in other situations. He's not so much typical orchestra player, but to move the oboe world, it is sort of. And now I feel a bit sort of like after moving the sand in the water, it's quite a bit down, and I feel a bit lonely with the new music. That when I first time came to Colombia, because I probably some Colombian friends listening, they had this festival of oboe every year. They said they asked through my instrument fabric, that is Riguta. This is all Riguta. It's the best oboe in the world. They asked Riguta, can we invite Thomas to come? And said, yeah, why not? And then the one that was the leading organizer, she said, yeah, because we want Thomas because we want modern music. We had many famous oboists here, and everybody plays the old stuff and teaches old stuff, but we want him to play the Vario or the modern pieces. We need Thomas.
I see.
So, of course, I made a program that was included 2 of the modern pieces. It was quite tiring. I played the Couperin, I played a long Couperin, I played a long Bach, actually the one I played for you, and I played Silvestrini, and I played the long Nishimura, and still Philipp Emanuel Bach, that because I like to play that, and it was on 1,600 meters high over sea. The breathing is a bit difficult, the reeds don't work.
Amazing.
But okay, to hell, I want to play this music, and they asked for it. So I was very happy to be asked, especially for contemporary music, but not a contemporary music festival. No, I play Bach, Couperin, and Nishimura, Silvestrini. So the same person, the same reed, even the same moment. It is a cultural whiteness that we have in our instrument that we must keep awake, and you must play the Baroque in a Baroque way. You cannot. You maybe don't need a Baroque, but you cannot play in a romantic way a Baroque piece. You have the articulation. You must learn how is the interpretation of a Baroque piece, what is important in articulation, in sound, in high points, low points, in weight. And if you play romantic music, you must play a nice melody, you must play beautiful sound, and if you play Mozart, it must be classic. You cannot play like a Baroque Mozart, and you cannot play like a romantic Mozart. And if you play new music, it's because it's your neighbor wrote it. You don't need to play the most difficult piece first, but start with the solo by Denisov. It's very easy, and it sounds difficult, but it's very easy. Because, as I said before, nobody knows what is written in score. You can go on stage and you play something, and sounds impressive. But I didn't. It's the easiest thing on earth. You just blow an instrument, you move the fingers, and if you have. Is much more difficult because everybody knows the piece or know how it should be, the intonation. So the contemporary music, it has this feel of freedom that I have the score, but the others don't have it. And I do as much as possible because probably it's always written a little bit like on the edge of possibility. I do what I can, and when I cannot, I jump a line. Why not? I have a solo piece. Nobody's killing me because I jumped one line, because this line, it never came out. It always sounds very bad, and it feels like I cannot play what is written. It feels like I'm interrupting the concept. I skip it, or I play something else, some long note, and then I go to the next line. Who cares? So even the composers, they know that they're glad that you play their pieces. They won't say, why didn't you play there? Because probably I've told them this is unplayable there. I tried it, it doesn't work on the oboe. I mostly say that and skip it or play something else. But this freedom in new music is tremendous, fantastic. This is pity if your oboe world gets into only just have 5-6 orchestra solos, you might not get a job in orchestra. What are you doing the next day? You might have students. What do you teach them about this that you didn't get the job, and you want to teach them now how to get the job? So I think teach them the whole oboe, and they will find work. One maybe in a Baroque scene, and one in the modern contemporary music scene. One, he gets a teacher. The third one makes chamber music. The other one gets an organizer of concerts. So, but they know the oboe in the whole range. So, if this, I think, I want to communicate to everybody that's watching.
It's very, very important what you mentioned. Talking of, I mean, what I see, or if I may interpret, the traditional repertoire which has been written, and tradition is anybody who dies becomes traditional. The person is not there to make changes, etc. So it is not that something only written in maybe 200 years or 300 years before our times is only heritage. Heritage is also 50, 70 years ago. That becomes heritage as well. What is contemporary today will also be history tomorrow. But I see from your, as I also believe that if we are if this is our subject, if music is our subject, cultural heritage is our subject, we must undergo proper training to learn all that there is. And that training makes us better contemporary composers as well. It shows us newer possibilities. It also shows us discipline and so much more. We are versed with the creativity that has survived. Of course, there was so much more created things that somehow survive and reach us in the 21st century. Let's say we are here now. We're in the 21st century, well into the 21st century. What all has survived, it is important. But that is like that makes a ground fertile. And that fertility translates directdirectly into creativity. If I'm versed with, let's say, several hundred compositions, let's say you're mentioning about 5 hours, of the contemporary of Bach, right? Couperin's 5 hours worth of music is there. I can see how enriched you are because of Couperin's work. If you remove Couperin's work, a major chapter is gone. I hope I'm not wrong in believing that the world of oboe playing would be much poorer without Couperin's contribution. So the importance, as I see in your conversation, in your understanding, is it's important to learn that which is heritage. It is important also to learn the length and breadth, the entire capacity, explore the instrument to its full. And if there is music from the past that comes which is not explored or translated or written for the entire possibility that is contained in an instrument, you can do it now and do not be limited by only the music. So explore further as well. So be a venture, go to the historic places, but be ready to create new, and do not be afraid of testing and experimenting.
Yeah, it gives you, it's in a way it's superating the death of the human being. Couperin created something, and he wrote down, he printed music, and he is dead many, many, many generations ago. His music is there. If I study this and I go into it and I try to make it work and I try to make it come out to other people, it means I separated or passing above his own death, because he is alive, and he's alive through me, and it makes me feel rich that this culture through me can live and come out. Because I admire, of course, you should not play pieces that you don't like. But I'm now in a privileged position that, from my age, I don't need to play things I don't like. There are some pieces, even good pieces, that every time I played, it went wrong. So it gets always a bad memory, bad feeling. So why should I play those pieces just to prove myself that I still can play them well? No, there's so much to do. If I would want to play all the music that is here in my studio, it would cost me 100 years to study it. So I don't know how many I have, nobody knows, but I don't need to play out everything. It's that my duty is, when it's oboe, I must be able to play it, because it's me. It's written oboe, I'm oboist. If you go to a ticket shop and you want a ticket for the train, and you say, I'm a ticket shop in Karlsruhe, I say, I want a ticket for Frankfurt. And the ticket man says, no, I'm specialist for Berlin. I can only sell you for Berlin, not for Frankfurt. This is stupid. He's ticket shop, he is the seller. If I want to Berlin or to Frankfurt or to München, he has to send me the ticket, the damn ticket. Give the ticket to me, I give you the money. What is it about? No, I'm more for Berlin. So it's like a musician that says, well, it's written oboe, but yeah, I don't play this because it's too much work, or it doesn't work. So I think first you have to be able to play everything. Of course, when you get older, the rest of your life gets shorter and shorter. You want to enjoy. I want to play the things that I love playing, and I love also new things coming to me. If the composer writes something, my name is on it. Of course, I'm obliged to dive in the thing and to work many hours. But in a way, I feel like with this old music, we are separating the death, not of ourselves, but about those people that were genius. And if I say Couperin, I say Bach, and I say Mozart, Schumann, and not many more. But they're dead a long time. Not even the bones are anymore there. It's eaten up by the worms, and it's just earth. And there, what they in their head or in their soul or in the feeling, what was there, thanks to us, it's suddenly alive, and we profit like a jump. It's like we jump with them to a new life, and we are just observers and transporters. We are not the big, look what I can do this. It's not my favorite kind of musician that I just want to be admired on the podium and just to do everything that, look, what this is so good, what I do now. It is childish for me. It's like a child does when he's 3-4 years old. He does, look, Papa, I can do this now. Oh, you're a big boy. So, but it's childish when you're 30 years old, go on the stage, say, oh, I show you now how good I am. Nobody's interested. We want to get emotion, and we want to have real life, this old life of people that are dead, but suddenly they're alive, and they're inside us when we hear this music. And so this, for me, is a very strong feeling also to transport to my students. And unfortunately, we have to talk a lot about technique. The breathing technique. Our instrument is so small that even when I showed the reed, I had to go so near. It's so small. It's smaller than a finger. So in a way, this kind of thing has a small vibration. Of course, you make a small mistake, nothing comes out. You play the oboe. You take the oboe. Okay, this is your turn. Oh. Everybody turns around. Oh, it's a beginner. He can't even play a note. But it should be beautiful solo by Strauss, Don Juan. It's just when no note comes out. I did 1 millimeter mistake here. Instead of it was like instead of it's so little difference. But okay, you must just memorize the taste or the vowel. I say to my students, it's nicer to memorize the taste, because there are much more tastes over the world than vowels. And also the memory of taste. When I drink my tea and somebody, while I talk to you, would change the tea, I would say, hey, what is this? It's not my tea anymore. So of course, and you come 1 year later to a place that you have been, say, well, last year it was a bit better or it was worse. You have easily 1 year memory of a taste. So this is also in the mouth. Why we should use the taste as a memorizer. If this, it's maybe coffee with 1 sugar, and maybe it's coffee without sugar. So play without sugar. It was sugar inside, so take it out. And then this is we have these instruments. Let's say because it's so small that very small mistake makes that nothing comes out. So
Amazing.
this is for, unfortunately, then with the students, I have to work first on the technical things, the blowing, the embouchure, the support, until it's good, because I want them then to be themselves and to do the same what I try to do, to bring life into this old culture. And through us, when we finish the concert, we can touch nothing, but we have done something that, again, it is not there. A painter, he sees his painting, but a musician on stage after the concert is like nothing is there. But you feel, everybody goes home with this feeling of the revitalized culture through your concert. Of course, it's a feeling of like you have cooked for the people and they all empty their plates. It means that they liked, or they had something with it. So unfortunately, we have to, on the students, we have to work a lot of technical things with exercises and so, until the playing gets easy, and until then they can dedicate more to what they want to do with the pieces. And then I have just to correct the style. This is that style and that is that style. Inside that style, you do what you want. Don't go to another style. Don't confuse Baroque with classic, or don't confuse classic with romantic, or don't confuse modern music with anything else. So I give the inside the style, and then you do what you want. But to do what you want, you need to train. This is lesson. You have to do. Not so, both sides, maybe a little bit boring work, but they are always with me because they feel that they need it. They need the help. The instrument is not an instrument that makes things easy to you. Other instruments, the pianoforte, everything is there. The mechanic, it is impossible. Imagine a pianoforte, you put one finger down and no note comes. How can it be? Of course they have a note. So a violin, you put your string on it, how can be no note? It's almost impossible. On a flute, even you have a bad sound, but you will hear something. An oboe, even grown-up oboist, 60 years of experience. Okay, the note didn't come. So it was not the right taste. It was a millimeter. It was a millimeter error. The tongue went a bit too much back. Now it's not a mistake. So in each age, but especially as a student, you have to learn about those things, what to do, what not to do. So, and then in the oboe, sometimes the not to do and the do is quite near to each other. So people cannot understand. How can he, when he plays, how can come no note? Yeah, it's this story. You need fast air, but little air. So if you give little air, but too slow, no note. If you give much air, but slow, no note. And all the orchestra is turning around. But if we have a new oboist, he seems not so good as we thought. Notice, because when he has to enter, the first note doesn't come. But these things you must study in the student time. Don't study it when you are sitting in the orchestra already and suffering and being afraid of the next entry or the next solo. And study it when you're young, when you're a student, and every day you have to study pieces. You have to study many things, but you must also study this to control this little thing. When I have the little thing alone, it's almost impossible that no sound comes. How can it's normal. So if I have the big thing with the little thing and no sound comes, I have done something wrong here. I was too low, I was too open. Now everything comes. So unfortunately, those things have to be worked in lesson. When you have 2 years of student time, we spent certainly the first 3-4 months mostly on those kind of things to make the playing easier. Not because it's so interesting for me. I think it's a duty for me, but it's not interesting because I want to talk about music. I came from a music family, not from oboist. I'm not interested actually in oboe. I'm interested in Bach and in Couperin. So, but then when they master better and they're more relaxed, they can do. Then I want that everybody does his own music. I just put the style limit. This cannot be because it sounds like Tchaikovsky and it is Mozart. And this is Vivaldi, but okay, that can be romantic. It's not so bad. But it's Couperin. It's not Brahms. So this is like on which platform are we playing? Now you maintain that platform. Now please do what you want inside that. Don't do my thing. Do your thing, because it's you are the ones that has to revitalize the old stories. The old music is still alive. And then when you have this, I say, okay, look now what you can do in the newer music. You might have a piece written for you of a student composer, student colleague. He might write for you something, and he will ask you, what can you do on oboe? Then you have to show the possibilities. You get the piece, and you have your own piece. And when you play it in concert, and you're proud. And he is proud. So it should not be that nowadays we play only Beethoven symphonies and piano concertos. Yeah. I all respect it. It's wonderful music. But of course, if you keep playing only those things that the people want to hear in all the programming, it means that it's a sort of incest. It's not a good word, but it's a sort of incest. The thing goes a little bit down because it gets smaller and smaller, and people never want anymore to hear even a symphony of Spohr, or it's not Beethoven, but it's also good. Or they don't want to hear inside the Beethoven program a modern piece. Wow, it's ugly, and maybe the orchestra musician says they laugh about it a little bit, and they say, look, it's not. It doesn't matter what we play, but it matters because it has to be good. But about that talked. I have a friend, Vinko Globokar. He's a composer in Paris. He was Yugoslavian, but now don't exist Yugoslavia anymore, and so he's Slovenian. But he's writing pieces. He's quite older than me, and lately we didn't have contact. But he writes pieces like first he thinks about situation, and then he writes a piece. So the Radio Köln, the WDR, WDR. They asked him for a composition dedicated to them, and then he wrote a letter to 500 conductors, to 500 orchestra musicians, to 500 orchestra servants, to 500 composers. So to just ask what is for you the orchestra and so on. And then he wrote all the letters that came back, and he was thinking, and then okay, we come to the rehearsal. People thought, what is this? For instance, the first page is written, you find one common note in the orchestra. Find one common note. Okay, when you normally play Beethoven symphonies or Tchaikovsky, it looks stupid. Find one common note in the whole orchestra. Yeah, it's a social aspect. If you have a concertmaster, he will stand up and say, okay, play the A, and everybody will play that note. But it's not written that he must do it. So in the orchestra, in the rehearsals, they all made fun, C major scales, and bit laughing to each other. And then came the concert, and there was a projection for the audience. There was a projection of, but the piece was first find one common note, and when you have found it, you can octavate it. And now each sector, like the oboes and the flute, they have to take the note of their principal. And this kind of duties, and then in a concert, it was a big chaos. Everybody played what he wanted. It was just like playing in, you know how the orchestra sounds before the conductor comes. Everybody made. Now there was a projection to the audience. Now at the end of the piece, the audience booed, boo, and the orchestra thought they were booing the composer. No, they were booing the orchestra because the projection in the audience was the score. Can you imagine how angry the musicians were? The audience saw, find one note, and the orchestra is not able to find one note. Play the note of the first oboe of the principal, or now you do this. The audience had the score, so they booed. Such a bad orchestra. They're not even able to find one note, but they were almost beating Globokar after saying, he's so asocial. But actually, they were not able to do a very simple thing and just laughing about it. But they didn't know that the audience has the score, and they read, find one note in the whole orchestra, and everybody laughing around. And of course, at the end they booed. It is not a good orchestra. They didn't do. So there was not a good relation between the orchestra musicians and the composer for a while. But it shows like sometimes when you don't take serious the thing and you think you stand above and it's just rubbish. But when you go into it, you might learn something, because I think the idea to let the whole orchestra find one note, it's a good idea. It's not, it's not written which note, but so you would play and you would say, now we have one note. Wow, beautiful. Maybe the tuba cannot play there.
To look at the composers, right? For you, Mozart has written. For you, Strauss has written. For you, Beethoven, Bach, Chopin, Couperin, and Schumann, and then some of the contemporaries. I mean, 20th century composers like you mentioned about the other day, like Martinu, of course, Zimmermann, then Nishimura. You already shared. Your colleague, I want to talk about him as well, but I'll come to him in a while. I want to go back to your teacher, about his teaching, Heinz Holliger. But looking at all the composers from old to now, those Silvestri and others that you mentioned, and of course Luciano Berio, you mentioned the other day, who's written also for oboe, and Wolfgang Riem's student, Davide Philipp Hefti, you also mentioned, has written a piece for you. Olivier Messiaen has written a piece before he died, and Pierre Boulez has written. How do you see, as a player, the composers? Do you see it's just one energy composing for you at a different time in time and space, or you see them as different individuals? Is it like one energy or different individuals with different natures? Is it one idea, one revelation which is coming in a different mood, in a different time? What is your experience when you look at all these composers and what they have done for the instrument, and for you, what they have written for you?
That's a good question. I think of the individuality of the human being. A little bit, as I told you, coming from a family with 7 children, being number 7, you have to make place, because everything is already occupied. You have to find your own place to say, no, I'm not everybody, I'm Thomas. So, because there's not another Thomas. And there's not another like somebody like you, but also when people tell to me, how are the Japanese students? I think it's a stupid question. I didn't find anywhere Japanese that is the same like another one, and not a German and not an Italian. Each one is identical, is unique. So those composers are human beings, and they're completely unique. Of course, they have a surrounding of a certain culture, and they have an intellect, but I try to find out in what they're exactly unique as a character and as an emotion. So, of course, I have to learn these notes, and it takes me a lot of time, but I want to feel what is the inside, what made him, why does he write this? What made him put this down? Which emotion he had when he was writing this? I mean, in Mozart, you feel many times he does happy, but he is profoundly, deeply unhappy. Yeah, he was an ugly man. The girls didn't like him, but he fell in love with girls, but no girl liked him. And when you have paintings of Mozart, it's already a bit made nicer. Yeah, but it's actually he was, I can say, he was ugly. People that write about him say, yeah, he was small and ugly. And so he was, of course, unhappy. No, the girls didn't like him. And he liked very much the girls, but so he wrote aria for sopranos and for this one to have some contact. But this, I'm not interested why he was unhappy, but I feel this profound insight sort of, it's of course other things in life, but we feel this heaviness of soul and easiness of language. Wow. Because his language is very clean. Everything is mathematically thought. If you do this, you will do this. if you do this, you will do this, and then you do this, and here you come back, and here's the end. So, so then this is so clean and so a world without evil. But you feel inside the person that brought it down, he has a heavy life, really, also because people didn't respect him so much as composer, because he was not the big, like Salieri, or he was not the one that the people found, wow, it's a wonderful person. So nobody found him really wonderful person. But he has this talent, incredible talent, in a mathematic way, to think about the music, to make a speaking very cleanly, and inside is a soul that is actually quite sad. So this, to find out through the music, how does he feel? How does he feel inside his own feeling when he puts down those musics? Of course, it's a style how to play, but I want to know what he felt. Then we have to find out what we must do to get out this feeling. But if you ask me about composer, I always think the person, each person is completely unique. I never had a student. I have hundreds of students throughout the 40 years that I'm teaching, but there was not one similar than another one. They're all planets, all different planets.
Beautiful.
And of course, if they turn around the truth, and maybe the teacher is a bit at the moment of truth, they will turn around you, but they are all different. And so the composers, of course, are unique beings. What is their identity, their emotional identity? I could say the shortest way I could say, I'm searching the emotional identity, unique identity of the person that wrote down this music. I don't care how he looked, and I don't care. People say Bach was not nice, for instance. I don't care at all. It's better that I don't know. No, he had always trouble with the taxes of the city, because he had trouble. So he asked Philipp Emanuel to get a lawyer to study the law. That's what he actually did, to get a lawyer to don't have the trouble with like the father, and also to help him. And the people said he was a bit reckless. So Philipp Emanuel is talking in the necrologue about his father after his death. His nice text by Philipp Emanuel Bach. He writes that he sometimes went with his father, and they played to listen. The father played violin on the chamber music, and then he had this penetrating, ugly sound, and dominating everything. Then people said, Johann, please go to the viola. And then he went to the viola, and you heard only the viola with a penetrating, ugly sound, because he was so strong personality. And so also he said then, they come often late, they come to listen concerts. It was like approaching the people that play. It was not like today in halls with seats. Huh? So you stood around somebody, and they often came late. He was a latecomer. They came late, and then he took Philipp Emanuel with him. And then when somebody was playing, he was hitting him and talking very loudly. You will see he will get problems. The way he plays now, he will get problems in the third repetition of the inversion. He will not be able to do it. Talking loudly, negatively about the player, and hitting Philipp Emanuel in the side, so he made a noise. It was embarrassing to be with my father, but he was so strong, and people didn't like so much his directness. So we don't need to know. I forget. This is not what I'm interested.
Yeah.
As composer, he has this incredible creativeness on top of a certain law and order. He is like a whole planetarium, like a whole universe, and everything is it's working. And so, how did that person feel when he was writing down? I mean, about the music that he was writing down. I mean, he was hungry, he was thirsty, or somebody disturbs. But how did he? With what kind of unique expression in his soul or in his feeling did he write down those pages? So I have these eyeglasses through the music, and through the music we can see somehow inside those persons. This is so thrilling.
Wow.
And this is what I think really about a composer. And to find, sometimes you feel this being very happy in the smiling, but feeling very unhappy in the inside. It's a typical Mozart. Or you feel very aggressive person and banging person, but being very, very exact and very organized and very harmonic, completely harmonic in the moment that he writes down, like Bach. And so Of course, I don't know. I didn't know them personally, but they've written a lot about most of the composers, and of course, a new one, you know the person. But then the person is, you eat together, you drink together, you talk about some things. So this is not yet the musician. Then when you get the score, you think, wow, wonderful, he writes this for me. Of course, he was imagining me also playing it, and wow, wonderful that I get this present. And then knowing the person, you can see inside suddenly. You try to, not always you succeed, but I'm believing completely in that each person is unique. Each person is different than another one's, because I'm coming from a big family. I wanted not to be the same like everybody. I wanted to be different, not to say I don't like you, but to find my own place. And it is harder when you coming as last. It's harder. Everybody's already organized, and you just stand
all
there.
All places are taken in a way.
They push you.
Yeah.
So, and I actually. Yeah, I think the each person is a unique thing. So in life, you have to find out who you are. Who else will be you if you are not you? You have to find out who you are. What makes you happy? What makes you sad? What are you good in? What are you not good in? Then try to avoid it. Many things, what you like to do, what you don't like to do, and what you must learn to do, because if you don't do it, it goes wrong. It's all about to learn who you are and to improve where necessary and to drop where not necessary. So I think this, as a musician and as a person, it's not so different, what you try to achieve.
And talking of, your journeys to your travels to Japan, to Korea, to Colombia. It's been wonderful. Thank you for connecting me with Elsa and also with Rosana Salgado Cruz. They have a wonderful foundation out there. Your work, in the sense that you mentioned about the concerts that you do, but you do master classes also. You teach. Every year you go there. How is it like the students? My question is not about individual students or collectively, but the culture about, do you see the attachment or association with the instrument oboe? Is it similar in Japan, how they see the instrument, or Korea or Colombia, South Americas, or North Americas or Europe? And how, do you see a different relationship with the instrument and coming from different countries, or is it the same?
Well, it's a little bit different, because the traditions are a bit different, and of course, teacher to student. When there is a really good teacher, all the students sound different. But when it's somebody that hacks on to being exactly like him, all the students must be the same like him. You feel always this a little bit. Sometimes you feel that there's a block of students that they all have a little bit the same mistakes, and you have to tell the same story to each one. But as devotion to the instrument, it's completely comparable everywhere, because the instrument has the same difficulties. We have the same anatomy. With the anatomy, we have to control the things how the air goes out. We have the same instrument. We have the same fingerings. We have almost the same kind of reed. There used to be much difference, the French style, the German style, but Germany is full of French oboists now. Many French oboists have jobs in Germany, because Germany has so many orchestras, over 200 orchestras, and France had not so many, and they're all good. So it's mixing up, and there you have Japanese. I have Japanese students that are also solo oboists in German, in the Frankfurt Opera, for instance. So it's mixing up a lot. But let's say, comparing basic talent, I don't know why the basic talent for oboe, the biggest is in Korea. It might be because of that being a folk instrument for many hundred years. But when I made my first recital in Seoul, there were 600 oboe players in the hall. Somebody told me. And where can that be? So there are so many, and the children, they play very well at the first moment. Then they grow up. And they don't sometimes learn that when you grow up, your breathing goes more down, and they go more up, and then when they get older, they get more problems that they didn't have a childhood. But the basic talent, I just must say that when I'm in Korea, I'm very, very astonished how many young people play really well the oboe. But I'm just mentioned that exception. Then in Japan, I find, okay, it's good. I come back 1 year later, and they have trained 1 year on what I have said, and they're so much better. Then I think, how well can they work on what I told them, and they work on their own? There's fantastic student capacity with certain talent, then advice from the teacher, then 1 year, and then you come back and they do everything, and they can do everything that you told them. So this is, for instance, in Japan, I find this is what they can really do. You come to South America, there's always a lot of expression, and there's always a lot of personal talent, but there are not so many schools. When I say at some places it's too much identity of the teacher, but sometimes in South America you miss a little bit a school, law and order, do it that way and not that way. So each one first a bit his way, but what they have the capacity, first, it's difficult to play boring because it's persons, very expressive persons, and then the capacity in 1 or 2 days to raise.
Oh, there is a connection problem, I guess.
They can
There
catch
was a
up.
connection problem. Can you repeat your last sentence? There was a connection
Yeah.
problem. Yes.
Okay, about South America.
Yeah.
So
No, just
the-
last sentence you were mentioning. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the talent in short time to improve things in South America is fantastic. And so, of course, in Italy and Spain, you have a lot of basically good oboes because there's good training by the conservatories. And Italy is a music country. And Spain, so many good oboes come from Spain. And of course, you have maybe to work more with them about style, what can be, what cannot be, but the playing, because they must play very young already in a banda, in a wind orchestra, when they're 8 or 9 years. So all the music countries, all the countries that you mentioned, in a way they come together at the end because it's the same anatomy and it's the same instrument, it's the same reed, so it's the same technical rules. And the talent is either, I think there's no place. China, I forgot to mention. China is a little bit like Korea. There's so many people that play well the oboe. Korea is even more concentrated because it's sort of like a boom. There's so many oboists in one city like Seoul, and so many teachers. They go abroad when they come back, and so lately, my first Korean teacher and my first Korean student that came to me when I was still in Rotterdam, his son lately won the ARD competition in München that I won in 1976. So it's a nice feeling.
That's so fantastic.
That sort of recycling. Okay? And so all the countries have their advantages. I feel in every place, I know what they miss. So in South America, I have to give more rules, more what can be, what cannot be. In Japan, I have to give use of fantasy. Don't be afraid of making mistakes, but don't play like your neighbor. But I know that they can work very well on their own and to get better. And in Korea, I think, wow, you have a natural talent, so you should actually use it in certain styles. But again, I say that person to person is different. You know? One can be. Sometimes somebody is like a born oboist. He can be everything comes well and beautiful, and then suddenly he comes into a certain age. Things don't go as they should. He misses one examination. He doesn't enter in a competition, and he searches around, and he has no help. And then the one that has natural talent is in a way lost because all he did was instinct, and he has no instinct. The one has a bit less talent, but he's a good thinker, he's an analyst, and he's a worker. He has a problem, he solves the problem. He has a difficulty, he goes over it, and then he gets his standard. Now, one day something doesn't work. He knows how to fix it. So I think the talent to be able to work or the talent to play for naturally well the oboe, I would choose the first one. Because if you can work with yourself, you're safe through life because you can always repair. So your sound is not good. your intonation is not good, but you go one step back, you make some exercises, and you fixed it already. It cannot be that you lose it, so you fix it again. And the natural talent, sometimes, yeah, there can be that they play well, it sounds good, but they play with a bit too much power on the body, but nobody tells them. And then they get a little bit older, and then suddenly the body, you see it in sports. Today we see Messi playing against us. He's 33, so he's an old man for football. How can he be an old man, 33? But that's sport, that's body. He's still the best, but he's an old man. For football terms, in music, we can, in oboe, if we play with the breathing doesn't get old. So you breathe out, you can play. If you know how to breathe out, you might not be able, if you are 120 years old, you might not be able to stand 20 minutes in front of an orchestra and play the Strasbourg because your legs are weak. But the blowing is not the problem. But I think the schools where they have more talent, or the schools that have more intellect, or the schools that have more intuition, you have always to bring them what they miss. And they accept. But it's wonderful in each place. It's wonderful. Also in China, they are so hungry of learning things that you can sort of like, you can explain why is this, when you do this, it's not good because, on the other hand, we should have done this one, and then they write it down, and actually it's in the head, and when they play it, they can realize it quite fast. And so it's really, each kind of student is an ideal student, but you have to find out what he misses, and you have to help him, not to do what you tell him, but to do to get himself to do what he should do, and to make it easier. But I can say in all the traveling, actually I'm looking forward to each new place I come, and it doesn't matter the theoretical level of the first what I hear playing. I can say,
that's absolutely, that doesn't really matter.
Make it better.
Yeah, exactly. And to come to your, the university at Karlsruhe, your colleague Wolfgang Riem, you have heard you praising him as someone that you respect a lot as a composer, and that he's written music for oboe. How is it to have? What is it like? I mean, when he writes for you, when he wrote for you, was it like conversation? And can you share something from him that he wrote for the oboe? We have spoken a lot. I think many of our friends are like begging to hear some music also. Can you maybe share something from and tell us about Wolfgang Riem's work? I was very curious about his contribution.
Well, of course, the first problem was that the music came only 1 week before the first performance.
I see, like 1 week before? That's amazing.
But that was the first problem. He was late, He says, I'm always late because I have to do opera.
So now I have to tell him that you began telling about him with an accusation that he was late. I'm joking.
No. Okay, so I went to Mallorca, to my finca in Mallorca, and my day has 24 hours, and in Karlsruhe my day has 5 hours because it's always things happening. And I was just 24 hours, and I did the same thing that I told, to play slowly through the whole piece. And it's quite a long time that I haven't played it, but I can tell you that there's a lot of long notes, and there's for some difficult passages, but it's sort of floating music. Suddenly it comes to, it's like jazzy, and then the piece is finished. Later he corrected and wrote more long, but then I asked him, can you tell me what this switch of style? Suddenly he said, well, I was writing the concerto, and then suddenly this came along.
I see.
And then I thought, I will write it down, and then I use it in another piece. It's quite nice. It came along suddenly, and this jazzy or swing, oboe is a little bit like the jazz clarinet or saxophone, but I could not play it now, but then just to communicate what is in the head of a composer,
Right.
because he's completely impulsive and he hears the music and then he writes it down.
Just
So he
right,
said,
so,
and
yes.
this came along, and I thought, okay, I write it down now. For I will use it in another piece because it wouldn't fit here, but I write it down because I find it's quite nice. And then he wrote down some pages of score and one page of oboe, and then I've written it. And then I looked back and I thought, yeah, but it's a unity of time. You know, it came along now, and this is your concerto. So I don't use it in another piece. I use it here because it was coming along. So I liked the expression coming along, because it's this way of it comes along. Maybe he tries on the piano, or it comes along and then he writes it down. And he said, okay, I won't use it for this piece. I will use it for another piece. It's a unity of time, which I completely agree. Yeah, if it comes along, put it there. Let me play it. And that's then we had a first performance in Stuttgart, and then he was there also. We found the pieces too short because it ended up with this funny thing, and then he made it longer. So then this was growing, and we played it then in Basel, and it was, of course, then it was the second time you can understand the music better, you can play better. And
of course.
it was the piece is more grown up. But actually, we got to know each other. I got professorship in Karlsruhe, and he was already professor shortly before me.
I see.
And I saw him once in the stairs. I said, "Okay, I'm Thomas Hintermann." Oh, boys, hello, Wolfgang Rieb. And suddenly, then I took an apartment in Karlsruhe. And once I went down to catch my post, I saw Wolfgang Rieb there. I thought, "Hey, hello, colleague. What are you doing here?" "Well, since yesterday I live here in the lowest floor." So he lived in the same house. He lived in the same house that me on the upper floor, and he was on the lowest floor. And then, of course, I invited him. For, as I told you, my wife is cooking very well. French kitchen, and he had famous to be a big gourmand of kitchen wines, and so of course we invited him to come up and have a nice French dinner. When my wife said, "Okay, give me 3 days to fix it," and I put the best wines there, and we talked and so on, and then he said, "Well, actually, I would like to, because I think he heard me play also in a concert, and he said, well, I would like to play a concerto for you, to write a concerto for you." Oh, wonderful. And he said, I have always this composition duties that an orchestra, for instance, like this Stuttgart Chamber Orchestra or Stuttgart Radio, I don't know which one, he owed them a piece.
I see.
So they have a contract, Mr. Wolfgang Rieb, he can choose the piece, but he owes us a piece of so many minutes. And he said, "Okay, look, I have this Stuttgart, I don't know what to do, but what I will do. I will do the oboe concerto for Stuttgart." It means then also that we have already one concert.
Yeah.
It's not you learn a piece by just learning the music. You have a concert with you. The only thing was I got the music
1 week before.
Okay, but I had told him, "Don't worry, don't be stressed. Just when it's ready, tell me." And I said something like 1 week, but I thought it as a joke, But then,
I'm kidding. I'm just teasing you.
Day and night job. As I said, I have a hard burn head, and if I am able to do it, I did it. It's a composer that is very, very different from the Holliger scene. So he wants to be with nice melodies, emotions. It's a complete different style. Not everyone has to like everything. So I kind of like what I like, but another person, if you're a composer, you have to choose for yourself what you like. If you like that direction, it's not certain that you might also very much like a complete other direction. If you're an interpreter, you have to like, because your oboe is written, you're oboist, you must play, so you must like.
That's fantastic. So, towards the end of the part one of our conversation, what would you like to share with us by playing? Whose music is wanting to come along, as Wolfgang told you that the music just came along? Which music is coming to you? Is there something that is inspiring you at this moment?
Opera. You see that reed is dried.
I see.
Then nothing comes out, but we're just between us. Nobody has seen this.
Nobody knows. Yeah. What was this?
So opera, concert royal, number 1, first movement.
I see. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Yeah. And
can I play one more thing?
Yeah. We have time now. Let's play some. Let's have some music. Yeah, let's have some music. As you feel inspired. We have no rush.
I start to be a bit hungry, and I should go after to go some cooking.
Yes. So, we are only reaching our 5th hour.
Yeah. So just because I was doubting with those two things.
Oh, that was absolutely fantastic. If you can do one, if you can bring the camera a little down, the headroom has become very high, and then we can do one piece just for record to have a proper one, piece with where the whole instrument is visible, because I'm missing one hand. Can you? Yeah.
It doesn't matter so much.
For me, I want to watch both sides. For you, yes, it doesn't matter. But for me, I'm very hungry for details. Tell me about this piece that you played.
Yeah, it's Bach Oboe d'Amore Concerto, first movement.
I see.
So that was the Oboe d'Amore.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. So, of course, you need another one.
Yes, I was thinking maybe Mozart, because I remember the very first audition that you gave. You mentioned that the elderly man was not able to play the first choice that you had, that was requested by the jury. But then you gave him a Mozart piece. Maybe something from Mozart that comes to your mind would be a beautiful, link to that time when you were chosen, when you were requested to join the orchestra.
Yeah, let's start. Let's start with the second movement.
I see.
Of the Mozart concerto.
Mm-hmm. Oh, fantastic. Absolutely brilliant.
So, of course, this is another world. Huh?
Yes, absolutely. And of course, I know that it is time you have to cook, and it is past midnight here, but I'm all cool. But I think there are several comments, and I know that you're not on Facebook, so you don't have time today, but next time, in the next sitting, the follow-up, I would like to look at Heinz's work, because you've spoken about it, and also Maurice's work, and other composers. Maybe we'll look at pieces and in more detail, and look at some of the contemporary composers as well.
Yeah, I will have to practice a bit, because now
Yes.
you took me in the cold of the half year Corona.
I know, we're all in lockdown. Yeah, it's absolutely.
I'm glad for the opportunity to be able to, with my instrument, with the music, and also very nice to talk with you. I think the ping ponging went very well.
Yeah.
The culture is so different, but it has all like one universe that is not so different. Yeah? And and the human beings, they're really fantastic if they can conserve the culture in one way or the other way. And sometimes it goes through a paper, sometimes it goes through a memory that somebody told you something and you're telling it to other people, and they tell it to the next generation. This is as much culture as the written down culture. But so I think we have a lot of things we can still talk. But
Yes.
today I'm hungry. At 9 is football, and I have 1.5 hours to invent something for cooking and eating, and then I'm
And
falling.
then I'll watch the match also. So we will text and see. So you're just enjoying the game today, or you're for Barcelona or for Juventus?
No, I'm in Barcelona.
Oh, really? So shake hands. I'm a Barcelona fan too.
Yeah,
Perfect.
It's very easy
So-
to understand.
So
because
we are friends then. We are not
Well,
enemies.
when I came out of the egg, football, it was that Ajax Amsterdam was winning the European
Yes,
Champions
yes.
3 times in a row. Johan Cruyff was a big star.
Yes.
All what was on Amsterdam later went to Barcelona.
It's all about, yes, absolutely. That's John Cruyff's, absolutely, his creation, absolutely.
Barcelona, it's the same players. No? When Ajax sells a player to Barcelona, I can watch Barcelona here. So it's the two. Only Barcelona is much bigger because it's a bigger country. They have more money and so on.
Yeah.
And Ajax is talented also. But so I'm hoping for a good result for Barcelona
Yeah.
tonight.
Me too.
And so I'm hoping for a good, nice, entertaining game that's not boring 0-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But probably will be okay with Pirlo being the trainer by Juventus. He's attacking player, offensive.
Very
He was
outstanding too, yes.
And with Koeman on Barcelona's trainer, he also wants to go forward. And so
Yeah.
we will have, I think, a champagne party.
Yes. And
So-
with, I think, last months of Messi, maybe he'll be a free agent next year. He wants to leave. Ronaldo has already left. He will be in Juventus. That's going to be an interesting fight. But he's down with coronavirus. Ronaldo
But
won't
you
be
know,
playing today. He's down with
Messi has a
COVID.
good year. The president that he did not like, he stepped down yesterday.
Oh, okay.
it may
That
come-
I didn't read. I see.
And if he has a good year and there's a new president that he likes, I think he
Yeah, then
changes
he
his
will
mind.
say, oh yeah. I would hope that he remains. It'll be such a loss, but you know, as there are wonderful people in the world, we have seen plenty of idiots in the wrong places in the last years.
Oof. Let's not talk about that.
Okay, I have a very to change the total as a parting thing. I see that. I mean, I know that you have a fantastic sense of humor. Have you ever told a joke? Because Ramanjeet, one of India's actors and theatre directors and filmmakers, she just wrote, about your storytelling. She said, Thomas, completely floored by your storytelling too. She commented, she's a storyteller herself. And, Professor Rabindra Vasavada, one of the top conservation architects, and, me and him have worked together with regards to the conservation of the old fort where I'm setting up the conservatory. So he also remarked that about your ability to find instances, I'm quoting him, from daily life to correlate to learning situation. He is indeed a wonderful instructor. And he says that he relates things so much, with regards to, he repeated that because I think there was a typo there. So many, I saw the message. He says heritage and the innovation, they go together. And now here's a conservation architect talking about heritage and innovation, how they go hand in hand, how they correlate, how they feed each other is how I see. They enrich each other. I always say that if I do not sing, let's say Kabir, if a composition, a 15th century composition from Kabir, one of the saint singers from the, as he wrote in the early 1400s, if we don't sing him, we kill him. So we need to do that. But I am today, I am the contemporary, I am the modern, I am the present tense, and I am singing a music from the past. It will obviously be my take on it, my heart, it will be my soul. Kabir's work or Nanak Guru's work will remain, or Bach's work remains, but it's your body, your mind, your eyes, your ears. So I think that relationship with heritage is very, very pure, is very sacred. When the modern, when the contemporary, when the present tense in time and space meets with that which is now heritage, which is history now, I think that is something very, very important to look at. That contemporary has a space, heritage has its own space, and there is no reason why they must not meet. They must converse with each other. They must engage in a discourse, in a healthy dialogue with each other. And I see that happening with you, and that you have so beautifully kept that, and in fact curated that discourse within the instrument that you have so beautifully honored. You've given your life to it. You've given your decades, and this is your time. That's the greatest wealth we have. It's time. There's nothing more than time of our life that we can grant to something that we love and we like. So my point was, as everybody's remarked that you're a storyteller, but my point was, have you ever told a joke in English? So if you have, we would love to hear, and we can end the conversation today with a joke that you know.
No, because I think it's not. I think it's not necessary now.
It's not.
I'm really hungry.
Me too. I'm hungry too.
Yeah.
So we'll start. Maybe we'll start with a beautiful sense of humor. The next time it was. I was thinking that.
I tell you a short one. Okay. Then the very short one, a very simple one. That there's a friend that somebody comes to see his friend, and he tells to him, "I don't know what to do. I have two horses. They are exactly the same, and I don't know how to put them apart. Maybe they look the same, and they." So the friend says, "Yeah, give them names. Call one that way, and the other, you call one number one, one number two. Oh, it's a good idea." Next day he comes back. He says, "I don't know. I have number two, and I don't know if it's number one or number two because they look the same." And then he says, "Okay, try to smell if they smell different." And after 3 or 4 days of coming back always and say, "Why don't with the horse?" He says, "I'm sick of your stories with the horses. You have to. There are no two, like we said, there are not two persons that are the same." Coming out of our conversation, there are not two horses that are the same. It's not possible. Take a measurement, take a meter, and measure the horses' dimensions, and you will see that there are differences. The next day, the friend comes back. "Wow, you saved my life. You know what I found out?" "No, tell me." "The white horse had longer ears than the black one."
Than the black one. Good one.
So
we'll see you. I'll see you in at the Juventus Barcelona match today.
And if we see each other after this,
we'll be seated across the stadium.
If we see each other after the 3rd of November, there might be one idiot less in the world that disturbs us.
Yes.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so very much.
Great,
ciao,
great
ciao.
time.
Yes, it was wonderful. Absolutely fantastic.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye, yes.
I have to say bye-bye with my instrument.
Just a second. Yes.
Ciao.
Yes. Ciao, ciao. I was getting you back on the screen. I had actually removed you, then I brought you back. You can say the goodbyes again because people didn't see you say goodbyes. It was my image, yeah. You can say goodbyes to them now.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah. So friends, there was my conversation with Maestro and Professor Thomas in the Mēlā and I hope that you've enjoyed the conversation as much as I did. He's absolutely fantastic, as I'm glad that you got to see, as I have known how extraordinary he is. My conversation tomorrow, as was announced, was to be with one of India's top Hindi poets, Ashok Vajpayee. He's a little unwell, and we've had to defer that for maybe a week later. So I won't see you tomorrow with that. But maybe day after, today is already Thursday. So maybe tomorrow, that is, if I were to count this as Thursday, on Friday, I will be giving a Punjabi, narration of my PowerPoint or the keynote that I shared on the instruments used in the Gurbani Sangeet and Bhakti Marga that I showed on Monday. It was in English, but there's been a lot of requests. There have been many requests received if I can also share that presentation in Punjabi, which is my mother tongue, and I will do that on Friday. So I will share the time. I'll maybe post a communication, a poster, and of course I'll generate the live streaming link perhaps tomorrow, and day after tomorrow around 3ish. I will then share the presentation in Punjabi and a bit of Hindi, maybe here and there. And as I've seen Professor Vasavda's conversation with Ramanjeet about the idea of conservation, I actually found the project proposal that I had given to the Punjab government in 2009. Only fools would not take that offer to set up an institution which is attempting to do that which governments have failed to do in India, which the SJPC, the Sikh Gurdwara Management Committees have failed to do around the world. But I thought it would be interesting to share that, because many people have wondered what this project was, and so I found that keynote file, because I had forgotten that it had I had prepared it on the keynote software, which is actually like a PowerPoint thing, and I can actually show that in which Professor Vasavda was one of the respected members of the scientific or the YaarAnād Scientific Advisory Committee, which was headed by Professor Paola Ceccarelli, and in fact I have requested Professor Vasavda as well to one of these days to take some time out and share with us some of the projects that he has done in and around in the country and around the world. He has been associated with. He was the director of CEPT, of conservation at the CEPT University, Ahmedabad. He has taught some of my very dear friends and elderly brother likes and sister likes. I mean, so many friends have have been his students. So we'll look into conservation from that perspective in the month of November as well. And so I'll see you, I think, on Friday, but I will, of course, share the communication. Thank you so very much, everyone from Japan, all the friends from Korea, the music institutes there, and congratulations to the young Korean, the son of the student of Thomas Indrabul, who won the YaarAnād competition. I saw the photo on the page and I complimented, I liked it very much. And also our friends Rosanna, from the National Institute from Colombia. Lots of love and best wishes to you all, and everyone else who joined the YaarAnād fraternity, the Friends of Anād who continue to join and participate, many of my students, friends, and family alike. Thank you all once and every one of you who've joined today, and I'll see you soon. Until Friday, I will take your leave now. Very good night, buona notte, good night, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, Khuda Hafiz, Namaskar, Sat Kartar.